Hello everyone, and welcome to Techstrong TV. Today is Thursday, December 15th, and I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. I'm your host, William Willis, and in today's show, we're going to bring some fantastic interviews with incredible guests from around the world. So stay tuned. As always, I'm going to start off with our Techstrong News recap, filling you in on the biggest tech headlines that are making waves. Then we'll head over to Allen, where he will meet with Sivan Tahila, founder and CEO of Anexia, to talk about how its AI-powered cybersecurity strategy and performance platform has raised $5 million in seed fundraising, led by the World Trade Ventures. Allen will then sit down with Scott Robertson, CTO at ActiveState, to discuss ActiveState's launch of a new ActiveState repository to help software supply chain security, which uses SBOMs and builds software based upon case-specific dependencies. We will then be airing the first episode of our new series, The AI Times. In this episode, hosts Mike Vizard and Lee Baker are joined by Rebecca Crothamer of Q-Secure, Mike Capps of Diveplane, and Hania Mahmoudine of Data Robot as they explore efforts to bring accountability and transparency to AI, the principles of ethical AI, and whether a system of self-regulation is enough to keep the technology and its users honest. Then, we will air episode 12 of Techstrong Women. In this episode, hosts Tracy Reagan and Jody Ashley are joined by Nora Jones, CEO of Jelly, for a lively discussion about how the most successful startups leverage incident analysis to understand their companies, use active listening to track what's happening in the industry, and use tools like chaos engineering to build their way to success. Next up, we are airing episode 2 of our series, Engineering the Change. This series will follow the 3 winners of the Engineering the Change Scholarship Program as they tackle a 10-week intensive coding bootcamp and prepare themselves for careers in software engineering. Then Mike Rothman interviews Dev Nag, CEO of Control Stack, to discuss their emergence from stealth and how they are going beyond observability data to more effectively discover the root cause of application issues. We will then go to Rebecca, where she sits down with Keith Puckett, CEO of Ubity Technologies, and Mick Cox, CTO of Ubity Technologies, to talk about how the startup is taking home security to the next level by being able to identify the criminals utilizing their new technology. Then, Mike Rothman will speak with Teresa Lanowitz, head of cybersecurity evangelism at AT&T Business, where they go through some of their 2023 predictions, focusing on edge computing use cases and the impact on application security as all of this code increases the attack surface, regardless of where it's deployed. We then have 2 episodes of View with Vizard. In the first episode, Mike interviews Chris Harold, Developer Experience Program Director for ANSYS, as Chris explains why simulations will play a large role in improving the overall quality of application development. In the second episode, Mike interviews Sean O'Meara, Field CTO for Mirantis, as Sean explains why Docker Swarm is still gaining traction as a lighter weight container orchestration alternative to Kubernetes. Then we go to Qualys Security Conference 2022, where Allen met with Mehul Ravankur, Vice President of VMDR at Qualys, to discuss the scope of today's threat landscape, along with the biggest challenges facing CISOs today and why current solutions on the market don't help solve these issues. Also at Qualys Security Conference, Allen met with Kunal Madhasia, Vice President of Product Management and Growth at Qualys, to talk about the external attack surface management capabilities in the Qualys Cloud Platform and the unique approach that Qualys takes. And that's what we have coming up for you on this episode of Techstrong TV. So without further ado, let's get the show started. Enjoy.
Do you know what you want?
Can we afford this place?
I'm thinking a 1,000-piece Kubernetes, cloud workload protection, and XDR combo.
Yeah, I actually don't see any prices.
Hello, how can I schedule a demo for you today?
So we're on a budget.
Okay.
How much is your 1,000-piece
What
Kubernetes?
solutions are you currently evaluating?
You don't have to order off that thing.
We don't?
How did you get in here? Check this out.
Uptick's secret dollar menu.
Order today and you can secure any combo of cloud and endpoint assets through the end of next year. All for $1.
What if I want to secure 100 Mac laptops and 900 Linux servers?
Yeah, $1. What if I want 500 laptops and 500 Kubernetes nodes? Just $1? Yep, mix and match to create the combo that works for you.
What about customer support?
Yep, everything for just $1. We're gonna order off the Uptick secret dollar menu. And seriously, how did you get in here?
Seriously.
Try the Uptick's combo of CNAP and XDR delivered in a single UI and data model. Just $1 to secure your cloud, containers, and laptops through the end of next year. Offer ends December 31st.
Hi again, everyone. Here are the headlines for December 15th. First up, the U.S. Energy Department announced a major scientific breakthrough in fusion technology. The department said that researchers at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in California produced more energy in a fusion reaction than energy that was needed to ignite the reaction for the first time in history. Officials stated that this achievement, net energy gain, will pave the way for clean energy and national defense. Billions of dollars have been put into fusion research and technology to reach this moment, with net energy gain being such a difficult goal to achieve because of the high temperatures and pressures needed. While producing fusion energy to power cities is still years away, this is a huge step forward in that direction. Next, the U.S. has charged Sam Bankman-Fried, founder of FTX, with several financial crimes that deceived customers and investors. The indictment notes a scheme to defraud FTX customers and investors using the money for his crypto hedge fund and to make large real estate purchases. All of the charges listed against Bankman-Fried could land him in prison for up to 115 years. This comes as Bankman-Fried was arrested at the request of the U.S. government this past Monday, with the U.S. expected to request for his extradition as well soon. In other news, China is working on a $143 billion support package for its semiconductor industry. The plan will roll out over the course of 5 years and will focus mainly on subsidies and tax credits meant to increase semiconductor production and research in China. This marks a more direct approach China is taking to build out its semiconductor industry as demand for chips skyrockets. This package will take China a step forward in self-sufficiency in chip making, as several U.S. laws and regulations have been created to slow down China's semiconductor industry. The plan could be rolled out as early as the first quarter of next year. Next up, Volkswagen and Enel, the Italian distributor of electricity and gas, announced the formation of a joint venture to build 3,000 high-speed charging points across Italy. In addition, they will be investing 100 million euros each. With this partnership, Volkswagen and its other partners have installed 16,000 fast charging stations globally, with plans for 45,000 by the end of 2025. Zooming out, creating more charging stations is essential to getting drivers to switch over from gas-powered cars, with estimates saying that Europe will need approximately 3.4 million charging points by 2030. On Security Boulevard, we have an article looking at a survey revealing the limits of CISO's management experience. From a survey of over 470 CISOs, nearly half said that they have been in their role for only 2 years or less, and the turnover rates are approximately 18%. To learn more about the results of the survey, go to securityboulevard.com. On DevOps.com, we have an article looking at a study showing a massive number of transitive dependencies being traced to open source code. After analyzing over 2,000 software packages, the study found that 95% of the vulnerabilities can be traced back to a transitive dependency from open source. Additionally, the study concluded that there's a 32% chance that those softwares could still have those vulnerabilities even after it is upgraded. To learn more, go to DevOps.com. Finally, on Container Journal, we have an article on how failure can be the secret to modern software success. The advantages gained from learning from a failure outweigh the costs of the failure, especially with the constantly reducing cycle times in modern cloud-based release processes. Companies that use a failure as acceptable mindset will be much more competitive in the long run. To learn more, go to containerjournal.com. And that's today's Techstrong News Recap.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Techstrong TV. You know, we got a lot of new companies coming out here right before the end of the year. I've got another fairly new company I want to talk to you, introduce you to, as well as their founder, CEO here. I'd like to introduce you to Sivan Tahila. If I got it, hopefully I got it right. Sivan, welcome to Techstrong TV. How are you?
Great. Thank you so much for having me.
It's our pleasure. So the name of your company is Anexia, and we're going to jump into how you got to the name and what Anexia does in a minute. But let's start off with a little bit of your background. Tell us a little bit about you.
Of course. So I'm originally from Israel. That's where I was born and raised. And like many other Israelis, I started my career in the Israeli Defense Forces. I served for 10 years in the Army as a cybersecurity officer. And in my last roles, I was the CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer for the Research and Analysis Division in the Intelligence Corps, and then the head of the Information Security Unit in the Intelligence Corps. Later, I worked for other critical infrastructures and defense industries in Israel. And after a while I was doing that, I decided to shift a little bit and try and join the startup world. And that's how I got to join Perimeter 81, which you probably know, such a great company, great people. Yes. And I was there for 2.5 years. In the same time, I developed multiple courses for the academia, and I became the program director for the cybersecurity master's degree at Yeshiva University, which is one of the top.
In New York?
New York, yeah. It's,
okay, great. Yeah, no, I have friends who are professors there. Not at the cybersecurity.
Well, we're always looking for professors, and our program was ranked second by Fortune magazine, second in nation after Berkeley University, and Yeshiva University is one of top 100 universities in the United States. So I'm very proud of the program. And I feel that it's another mission of mine to educate the next generation of security experts. About a year ago, I had, and after a while working in the industry, obviously, from the CISO side and from the vendor side, I realized that there is a significant need in a more strategic solution in the cybersecurity space. The name of the company is Onyxia. And Onyxia was my favorite virtual character in World of Warcraft. If anyone,
these are your people. They get it, so they'll know.
Yeah. Okay. So what I liked about Onyxia was that she had a human form and a dragon form, and she could basically adjust based on the evolving environment. And the pain we're solving is really the fact that what we see today is that companies and mainly security leaders are busy with responding to incident, being more reactive than proactive because they have such an overwhelming environment, more than 50 security solutions to manage in average in each company. There is a shortage in security people, so they usually need to handle all those solutions and incidents with a relatively short team. And what we see also is that most of the time companies bring once a year a consultant to map their environments, to come up with a strategy, to give them suggestions. But those recommendations are not longer relevant after a month because everything is changing so fast. And with Onyxia, we're basically providing an ongoing updated strategy, a platform where security leaders can make decisions faster and understand very quickly how to prioritize their security efforts when it comes to people, processes, and technologies. And by that, we're giving them a strategic platform that helps them manage the tactical day-to-day challenges. So that's how I got to build Onyxia. I felt this pain as a CISO. I realized that there is a need here. And it's been a super exciting year for us. And I'm happy to share more.
Absolutely. Well, I wanted you to tell the story a little before I jumped in. So you guys recently announced a round of funding. Tell us a little, if you don't mind, if you can tell us a little about it.
Yeah, so sure. We closed seed round of more than $5 million, led by World Trade Ventures, and with additional angel investors and strategic partners. The founders of Semperis also joined the round. I'm sure people are also familiar with them, with this great company. It's obviously weird. It's a weird time for the whole startup ecosystem to raise money and to so the process obviously, so the process obviously, I mean, it's never easy, I guess, but if you can prove a need and you can prove that there is a market and you can show interest of design partners and potential customers, and we've done all that, I think that's eventually what works and what matters. And we're always working with our customers and design partners to make sure that we're making the right adjustments and to make sure that we're growing with the market and not building something that is really disconnected from their day-to-day needs. So
I get it. Look, macroeconomics, but let me give you the flip side. I've been at this for a long time, and meaning raising money, startup, venture-backed startups, and so forth. When economies are down is when the next great companies are born, right? That's
generally what everyone say, right?
Yeah. So this is a great time to start a company. It's a great time to get funded. I know it's not easy, but you did it. And, once you do it once, it's much easier the next time. So good luck and congratulations on that. Let's talk a little bit about, the state of cyber, right? As I told you off camera, I've been involved in the security world for 25 years. I've seen good times, bad times. It always stays the same. So I'm a glass half full kind of person. I really think, in spite of everything you read and hear, that today we are better at cybersecurity than we were 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 20 years ago, right? Now, that being said, the bad guys are better too. The mission still remains hard. There's much work to do. And still the biggest thing is probably, we talk about a skills gap and all of this, but very few organizations are actually capable of doing cybersecurity well. I think that still remains the biggest hurdle for us to get over, is that, we can give you all the tools in the world. If you don't have the team to get it done, you just don't have the team to get it done. What do you think?
I totally agree with that. And I think that, it's not only about having the team. I think it's, again, going back to strategy. When you have a strategy that is constantly updated with all those evolving changes, it's much easier for you as a decision maker, as a security leader, to act faster and to be able to adjust your company and basically handle those evolving challenges. And the way I look at it, like if I'm looking back at my days as a CISO, I was always thinking to myself, you always need to prioritize, right? You can't do everything and you need to focus. And in order to focus, you really need to have a strategy that helps you, takes all those noises from your SIEM solution, your MDR solution, all the things you're getting in the news. Hey, there is this campaign now. There are all those CISOs group where they're getting all those updates. And I always thought that it could be awesome to have a place where I can wake up in the morning, have my coffee, catch up from my mobile phone on what's going on in my environment, and get prioritized actionable insights. In the same way, I'm asking Alexa in the morning, hey, Alexa, how's the weather today? I can wake up and ask Onyxia, hey, Onyxia, good morning. What are the top 3 things I should focus on today? What are the top 3 things I should do today to get my company a better security posture score and maximize the capabilities of my team and the capacity of my team and my security stack? And I think that even though things are becoming more and more challenges and technologies are becoming more sophisticated on both sides, having this strategy and the ability to focus and prioritize is key. And if we'll be able to do that, it will still make security leaders and companies with mature security program in place ahead of those, the bad guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So how is the service product offered to security leads? Is it like a subscription model, or how does one engage there?
So, yes, it's a subscription model. We actually just released a pretty cool free app you can find it in Apple Store, Google Store. We have our web app, but we realized that at the end of the day, many security leaders are not even accessing their web dashboards because they don't have time. There are just so many of them. So we decided to make everything accessible on mobile. So we developed those mobile apps. So basically the app offer more than 60 verified security news and security intelligence reports in one place. And that's how you can wake up in the morning and catch up on all what's going on in the security world. But in the other stage of the app is basically the ability to integrate with your existing security stack and get those insights in a very prioritized and correlated way also through your app. So it's a tiered subscription model. We have the freemium version that anyone can use, and we have a more advanced subscription for mid-market companies and enterprise level.
So let me ask a question. So the industry news, is it sort of threat intelligence, threat reports, or is it more general kind of just what's going on in security today?
So it's a threat intelligence app, basically, where you can get news from CISA, updates from US CERT, you can see CVE score on some specific articles, and we offer that for free, and it's going to stay for free. I really believe that it's something that we need to do as a service for the community, because we realize that there is a need, and we don't want people to get updated on Log4j through a WhatsApp group or through LinkedIn. Basically, any security leader can prioritize his preference based on his environment and get push notification when something happens to his phone. It's a pretty cool product.
That's great.
Basically, during the weekend, we already had a CISO who told us, I was the first one to share in the WhatsApp group that something happened because I got it on my mobile. And
good for you. Good for him, too. That's great. I love it. So, and there's a free version of this, as well as some premium add-ons.
Right.
Great stuff. Hey, you know what we didn't do, Sivan? Spell the name of the company and the website.
Onyxia?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Spell it.
Oh, spell it. Okay. Onyxia.
And it's onyxia.com?
It's onyxia.io.
I-O. Important. .io.
Okay. Yeah.
I just want to make sure people get it, and they can go download the free app right now and start using it. Hey, this is a great story. You know what? I love the fact that you're involved in helping train the next generation and what you're doing at Yeshiva University. But I love what you're doing at Onyxia, too. I wish you nothing but success. I don't know if you're planning on going out to the RSA conference that's in April, but we'll be there doing videos live. Please stop by. We'll do a live video there, and love to catch up with you.
I would love that, and I'll be there.
All righty. All right.
Okay.
Onyxia.io. Go check it out. Sivan Tehila, CEO founder, here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Techstrong TV. I've got a company that we haven't covered before on Techstrong TV, or at least not in a really long time, Active State. And we're going to hear all about them. I want to introduce you first to their CTO, Scott Robertson. Hey Scott, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Alan, nice to meet you, and thanks for having me.
It's our pleasure to have you on here. So, Scott, we're going to jump into Active State in just a minute, and you guys announced some really big news yesterday. But before we do, let's give people a little background on the Scott Robertson story.
Oh, sure. I'm CTO of Active State. I've been in software development for over 20 years now. I was actually doing the math last night. It's getting close to 30. It's kind of getting a little on the
Yeah, I know
side.
how that goes.
Yeah, and always a big open source enthusiast. That was even from my very first job. I was the person advocating bringing that in and how it was going to change the world and the way that we develop software. I founded 2 or 3 different startups, and now I'm working on over here at Active State on open source supply chain problems.
Which, look, is a top 3 on everyone's list, it seems, these days, right? The software supply chain issue, and it's primarily open source. So you're right, though. Think back 25 years, 30 years, and if I told you 99% of every company in the world is going to run open source software, you would have said, yeah, you're crazy.
Absolutely. That was the thing that was always the arguments I would get in. I'm like, this is going to change everything. We're always going to change development. And I was a crazy guy shouting at it from the hilltops. But
absolutely. It was a crazy notion back then.
You know, just crazy. But you know, how it's changed. I mean, specifically the software development. I had this conversation again the other day with some folks, is we've truly entered the age of the software factory, where software isn't some like bespoke kind of design one-off for each app that we create from scratch and have to kind of reinvent the wheel. You know, today software is assembled much like cars are. There are third-party suppliers, most of it open source, right? That we grab these components from various repos or containers and, you know, what have you, and put it all together into whether we're using microservices or classic CI/CD or what have you. You know, we grab all of these pieces together and we kind of stitch and glue it together with some custom code maybe, right, for what we don't get from components. But that represents a small minority of the actual code in most of these apps. You know, it's a very different model.
Oh yeah, I've heard by some accounts the code that you're shipping these days, only 1% of it is that proprietary IP that you're actually creating, and everything else is coming from contributors that that we're all standing on the backs of giants here in order to keep advancing.
Well, also we built up,
with the advent of things like Git and repos like this and public repositories and from Java and JavaScript and everything else that you see out there, we've built up this massive library where, I mean, really, if it works good and it ain't broke, don't fix it. Why wouldn't you want to reuse it?
Oh, absolutely.
Of course, until you get like some of the things we've been dealing with in software supply chain.
Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah. I mean, that's been the case, right? We've shifted the corner. Now we're like, it makes sense to use everybody's collective contributions to get going. And it's funny you mention it. We, thinking back in the days, like Active State really got its business, back in the day when it was hard to find open source. Like literally the only way to do that was to go out to Usenet groups and ask, hey, what's everybody else happening? And then you get a link to some, website you download.
Arcane library or something somewhere.
Yeah. You bring it in and you wouldn't even think twice about using it. And now it's gotten to the state where it's become so convenient and ubiquitous to go out and use open source and bring it into your applications. You don't even think about it anymore. And then that's actually the source of the problem these days is people aren't thinking about where this stuff is coming from. And that is what attackers are using, because we say open source, but reality is we're actually bringing down open source components and open source binaries. And you might think that the source code that you're using is vulnerability free, but the binary doesn't necessarily always match exactly what the code you're trying to bring in. And
then there are different versions.
Yeah.
Right. Depending what repo you pull it from, and especially with microservices where you're not even necessarily pulling code, you're pulling APIs, right? That are talking in some code or something that lives somewhere else altogether. And it's a crazy mixed up world, except for Lola. But what are you going to do here? This is the world we live in. So you mentioned Active State and sort of its early mission. I'm sure a lot of our audience has heard of Active State. A chunk of them may even be familiar, but there's a chunk who aren't. I know. Why don't, if you don't mind, Scott, give us a little bit of the Active State story.
Sure. I kind of touched on it a little bit, but we'll give you from the step up. So Active State was one of the early pioneers in helping enterprises adopt open source in their technology stacks. And our claim to fame was we helped port a lot of the dynamic scripting languages to the infrastructure and hardware that enterprises were using at the time. So whereas most of the enthusiasts were working on Linux, in enterprises, they were using big iron machines or Microsoft Windows and things like that. And so we help bring Perl and Python and Tickle to these other hardware infrastructures. And we ended up with a business model similar to what you saw with like the Linux vendors out there, Red Hat and SUSE and things like that. But what I've always liked to say is where they went vertical, they collected open source and they got it to work on Linux machines. We went horizontal, and we'd get collection of open source based on programming languages that we're using. And we would get that to work across the entire ecosystem for that language. And we'd have it built on many different hardware architectures, and we'd do porting if necessary and things like that. And so that was our early days, was just making it easy to use open source in these enterprise settings. And we built up a great subscription-based model of always delivering the software. And then over time, what you notice is the concerns. It went from what is this open source scary stuff that is coming into my enterprise to other types of concerns like, am I managing my licenses correctly? And now, more often than not, it's managing licenses correctly. And the other big concern was, how do I even build this stuff in the first place? And that still is our biggest one. It's we are the place when you're stuck in dependency hell, you come to Active State and we help get you out of it. We help give you all the right configurations if you're running multiple operating systems, but you need to keep everybody in sync. But where we see the world going now is the concerns about the consequences of using open source inside of these enterprise settings. So being able to figure out what is the provenance of this component? Did it come from the legitimate author, or is it coming from, has it been replaced in transit from the point where I'm getting it from a public repository all the way down into our system? And that's where we're going these days, is where the bigger concerns our enterprise customers are having. And I think the world in general, you're seeing all these concerns now about the supply chain, and it's kind of fun for us. We've been doing this for so long, but now there's actually words to explain what we're doing. So now we can actually say the supply chain is under attack, and the open source that you're getting and consuming is having problems. And that's where our energy is to continue making open source easy to use in enterprises, and make it safe. So make it so easy that you don't even have to worry about all the other problems. We'll take care of the safety issues and the build complexities and things like that.
And that's certainly what's needed. I'm almost surprised, Scott, with all of the PR, not good PR, that we've seen with open source and software supply chain security, that we haven't seen more people who say, you know what, I've seen enough. I'm not going to do it this way anymore. Right? I think people realize that train's left the station. This is the way we're doing it. We just have to do it better. We have to have solutions that take kind of the risk out of it and give us that confidence to just do it. But we're not going to go back. We're not that's one thing I've learned in also 30 years in technology, right? Time only goes forward. It's impossible just about to roll back time. It only goes in that one direction. So yesterday, you guys announced some big news around this. And I wanted to have you kind of share a little bit with our audience, if it's okay.
Oh, absolutely. So, yeah. So, well, I guess what we talked about, our mission is to make open source easy and safe to use. And actually how we do that, and this is something we've been doing for a bit, is we have created a secured build service for building, compiling, delivering, and deploying open source components from the internet to your various infrastructure. And yesterday, we're excited to announce the release of our artifact repository, which is combined to our secure build service. So now you can come to us, and especially if you're a Python user, you can automatically plug in the pip protocol and grab components that come directly from our services. So all the components, so imagine having a pip repository for feeding the Python dependencies to your microservices, but knowing that the components are coming through a secured supply chain. So what I like to say is, don't bother setting up your own supply chain. Come to ActiveState. We have one set up for you, and we can plumb all of those packages directly into your build infrastructure. And doing that allows you to then go back and audit each of those individual components, see exactly how it was built, find out how it was sourced, how it was provisioned, and be able to completely monitor the SBOMs that you're consuming from us as you're delivering to your pipeline.
Love it. Great idea. What gives me the confidence that you're doing a better job than I am?
Oh, so one thing that we do uniquely compared to everybody else is, you've probably been hearing about SBOMs. They're like kind of all the rage, which is...
Yeah, no, they say, even at our...
So we do the DevSecOps Day at RSA every year.
Yeah.
This year it's Monday, back to Monday at the Moscone Center. Last year was Tuesday. But last year we had Alan Friedman and some other folks from the government, as well as I think a doctor from Intel. We had a whole SBOM panel going. It was the highlight of the day. So
right.
Yes, it's big news.
Yeah, so everybody's talking about SBOMs, and I always find it funny because not a lot of people understand what you're supposed to do with them or how you build them in the first place. But what we noticed is everybody will, they business as usual, they build their open source software, they deploy it on the machines. And then when they need an SBOM, they make these tools to go back and scan and try to retroactively figure out what the SBOM is supposed to be. We kind of looked at it, we're like, that isn't the right way to be secure and be managed. So we flipped the script on the head. What we do first is, based on your software dependencies, your requirements, we have technology that can calculate and figure out what the SBOM should be. So based on your dependencies, these exact specific binaries must exist and must be built. And then we have a system that takes that SBOM and constructs that software from open source. Everything we deliver to our customers and stuff that comes through our system is built ourselves, is built in hermetically sealed environments so that the outside world can't come back in and contribute it and manipulate it. And then we end up actually producing the complete SBOM. And so then when we deliver our technology or those components to our customers based on that technology, what we can do that's different from everybody else is, these are the exact binaries that must be in here with these exact checksums. If you have anything else different on your machine, you have a problem or that needs to be upgraded. But we do it. The other part of it is, we don't just stop in one ecosystem. So if we are doing something like Python, our system has modeled the software dependencies all the way down to the native C libraries for every operating system that you have. And so we can say, okay, you might have an environment where you've got Mac, Windows, and Linux. This is exactly the manifest of materials that must be there. And so now we plug that on top of our artifact system.
I love it. So that is really flipping on its head. So instead of like building out your system and then saying, okay, let me make a list of what I got here, for my SBOM, you are creating an SBOM as almost a recipe, and then, baking your software based upon the SBOM recipe, which is really, really cool. Let me ask another question. Often, and it's been our experience, Log4j and things like this, right? What happens is, today, I don't know of any vulnerability in this particular component. And so you grab that component and you put it in your hermetically sealed kind of, ingredients for my application. Tomorrow, we discover a bug, vulnerability, whatever you want to call it, weakness, in one of those components that's in your hermetically sealed recipe. But I didn't know it when I put it in, but I know it now. And maybe I deployed something with it already, or I didn't yet. How do I recognize that? Update what's been deployed. Update the next time I'm going to use it. Is that part of this?
Yeah. So that's actually what the Active State platform does today. So we figure out the SBOMs that should be there, and what we have done is we're constantly cataloging the internet for all open source that is ever released. We bring it into an immutable database, which is we call our catalog. This is the source that's available for us. We then generate the SBOMs ahead of time, and from there we convert the SBOMs to the actual binaries that you need to have and to deploy that. But we wrap this all in a nice self-serve UI. So the things that we can do is we can tell you the vulnerabilities you're going to get today if you install these components. Even today, if you run out there and pip install something, maybe even install something or do any of these kind of package management things, chances are you're already going to get a component with a vulnerability. We can tell you at install time what vulnerabilities you're going to have and whether they're acceptable or not, give you that data available. But because we're so driven off of the SBOM, we're constantly then monitoring various data sources for known vulnerabilities, new package releases. And because we have that complete picture, we can tell you, okay, this component that was vulnerable free at the time now has a critical vulnerability. And if you're managing your projects using our self-serve platform from that, we can give you that complete visibility of here's all of the projects you have, but we take it a step further. We go down to not only these are the components you should be using, we actually tell you where those SBOMs have been deployed down to the individual machines. So you've got this machine with these dependency problems, and it's vulnerable right here. It just needs to get a couple of updates to go over. And we also put the script around. Sometimes we'll tell our customers, because we have a technology we call speculative build. We know the SBOM you're supposed to have. If we see an update, we see a vulnerability in an update package released, we actually can rebuild all of your complete your software for you ahead of time and let you know if it's going to work or not. We can tell you, don't even bother trying to get vulnerability, because even though it's been fixed in this current dependency you have, somewhere deep down in your dependency stack, it doesn't like the new update. Don't even try to deploy it. And right. I actually think that's the number one reason vulnerabilities stay around, is because you spend so much time getting your application built and all these dependencies in place.
And I don't have the time to fix them.
Right.
And if it's going to break the app, I take my chances.
Yeah. And so
unfortunately, that's the truth, right? That's been a truth, a dirty truth in security for a long time.
If it ain't broke, I don't want to fix it unless I really, really have to. And so we're trying to flip that script around, being, well, we can monitor what you have. We can figure out if it's all going to work and be vulnerability free. And then using our platform notifications and the UI, you can find out these are the components. Oh, I can get an update, and it's safe to take that update, not only from a security standpoint, from the fact that I'm not going to take production down when I bring that update down, because that's just equally as bad. I patched the security thing, but I killed my entire production stack is the other side of that.
Yeah, this is the lesser of two evils here now.
Right.
Scott, you sold me. How do people out here get it? What do we do here? What do we have to do?
Well, you go to activestate.com. You can sign up for a free account. We offer our services where anybody's using open source can use us for personal projects, or if you're an open source community, we make all of the functionality we give to enterprises for free with to open source communities, but anybody can go get started. And it's just simple as signing up on our platform. You can link your GitHub repository. You can link your GitHub account to us. We can scan your repositories, tell you what dependencies they have in it. And then we produce this thing called a runtime, which is based off of that SBOM that we're producing. And then we have various deployment mechanisms that you can plug this into your various software stacks. So you can drop it into your CI/CD systems. We have a package manager that provides all of these capabilities so you can use it in your local development environments. But just go right to activestate.com, get an account, start playing with some of the language ecosystems that we serve, and you can get in touch. Got forums and everything else like that to talk about what we're doing and how we can help.
I love it. And just one more time for the audience, this new service, what's it called?
We call it the ActiveState Artifact Repository, and that's sitting on top of the ActiveState platform today, so the ActiveState platform is our secured build service for sourcing, compiling, building, monitoring open source components that you need. And now the repository lets you use those components that we're building through some of your favorite package manager protocols. Specifically, the one we're launching right now is the PyPy protocol.
Got it. Hey, Scott, thanks for jumping on and sharing with us. I appreciate it. Keep up the great work, man. Come back and keep us posted on what's happening at ActiveState.
Absolutely, Alan. Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. Scott Robertson, CTO ActiveState, here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with our next guest.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural episode of AI Times from the AI Infrastructure Alliance, also known as AIIA. I'm Mike Vizard, and along with my co-host Lee Baker, General Secretary for the AIIA, it's our pleasure to bring you the first in what will become a series of ongoing episodes focused on all things AI. All right, let's just jump right into it. Rebecca, welcome to the show. What's your perspective on AI ethics these days, and where are you from? And walk us through all that.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for having me. Big questions. I guess I'll start, trying to tie those two together. I started off at Stanford studying AI, but actually I studied out before that when I was about 7 or 8, when I was an extra in a movie called Bicentennial Man. And I don't know if any of you remember it, but it was this Robin Williams movie about a robot trying to become a human. And so that was that's my first start with AI. And my acting career did not work out. Ended up at Stanford studying AI. And kind of, the question continued, what does it mean to be human in an AI world? What does it mean to be artificially intelligent? So some of these big questions were really exciting to me. And back when I graduated, not too long ago, about 10 years ago, I was really trying to get a lot of people to talk about ethics. I organized a seminar. I could only get a few people to come. And I was back at Stanford last week, and they actually have programs now. So every CS student for every CS class has to, there's an ethics component to every single course. And to graduate, you have to take an ethics seminar and all these things. So I think to the question of can we get really practical about ethical AI? I think it has to be part of the culture. And it has to be part of the mindset. And I think we're seeing more and more that as more, these case studies come out and we start to see how things could potentially go wrong. We are, we're getting ahead of it, and it's starting to become part of the zeitgeist. And I guess, back to my background, I started out in AI, implementing, and then in about 2018, quantum computing came onto my radar, and I implemented enough to really understand where the limitations lie in terms of today's hardware. at least at that time. And so the idea of being in quantum computing, which is going to unlock so many different use cases when it comes to AI, when it comes to technology broadly, that was really exciting for me. So I got into quantum computing and I'm now have been in the space for a few years for the opportunity to be at the forefront of something that will really shape where technology goes. And so that's me. I currently work I started a company called Q-Secure, and we do cybersecurity to address advancing threats, one of those being quantum computing.
All right. No ethical issues around cybersecurity these days whatsoever.
Definitely not.
Hanaya, you want to introduce yourself, where you're from, and go from there?
Sure. Thank you for having me. So I'm Hania Mahmoudian, a global AI ethicist big data robot. And to kind of both answer your question and also weave in my experience in the area of AI ethics. So the answer is absolutely yes. We can have kind of AI ethics in a practical form. But one of the challenges that we have is a lot of frameworks, a lot of principles that we see out there. They're either high level or very abstract. So for organizations, it's hard for them to implement those frameworks or bring those principles into their workflow. So part of my role and responsibility is to work with our customers to create the applied version of these frameworks that would be applicable to their use case, to the way that their processes work, and also think about what kind of features, what kind of tools we can have in our product at DataRobot that will support our customers, whether if it's around privacy, whether if it's around bias and fairness, how we can put these tests and tools into our own products and provide it to our customers.
All right. Thank you very much. And Mike, let's kick it over to you. And
everything they said was wrong, and I can't wait to shred it. It's hard to disagree with those points. My background was video games, military simulation. I have a PhD in computer science, but in the VR side, not AI. And I retired and got into AI, unretired, to focus on black box, because I think it's so abhorrent that we're using techniques that may or may not be ethical, but nobody knows, to apply to such safety critical, human critical decisions, whether it's parole or food distribution or weapons targeting and the like. So I've got a startup, Dive Plane, where we've built a fully explainable machine learning solution. So I think of ethical AI as sort of two fronts. One is the notion of the sort of social issues of ethics and how ethics vary so greatly from country to country. And so the notion of let's build something ethical on a global scale doesn't make any sense. Google and Baidu are both global companies, right? So how do you handle the ethics? Well, it's really about allowing the inspection of what's going on from soup to nuts. I liken it to a coffee where if you want a responsible cup of coffee, you have to start with responsibly sourced organic beans and not underpay the farmers and not exploit anyone along the way through transport all the way to not having your barista make $3 an hour and work 15-hour shifts. The whole thing has to be ethical for you to have a cup of coffee you feel proud of. And AI is the same way. You start with good, clean data that you know what's going on, where you got it, and the provenance is safe. And everyone along the way believes that that data should be in your hands for the use that you have for it, all the way through to an inspectable, transparent algorithm at the end to complete the task you want to complete. How's that?
That sounds great. And of course, my co-host is Lee Baker, who's from the association. Lee, explain your role and how you got into this whole function and jump us into the next question.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. So yes, I act as General Secretary for the AI Infrastructure Alliance, or AIA, as we call it. AIA is designed to be a forum, an alliance for kind of ISV software vendors in the machine learning space, specifically kind of the MLOps space, because we see the need for best of breed components when you're building out your machine learning pipeline, not least for reasons of ethical best practice. So hopefully AIA is not ducking the big questions. I think we're certainly going to get into some of that today. So what better place to lead off because some of the notes that our guests touched on already, is there are a number of different kind of frameworks or ideologies or regulatory kind of principles for ethical AI. How do we mark our homework? Is there one abiding principle that we should be adhering to, or do we build out our own kind of appropriate AI data governance? What does the panel think about how we govern this from a corporate and an individual responsibility? And Mike, seeing as how you kind of prompted that, I'm going to kind of push that to you.
So, I mean, there's so many different ways to skin this cat, right? I would say that this isn't an individual concern other than building a good culture. Rebecca talked about training in ethics, and we just released a project, the Data and Trust Alliance, which is a super neat organization of Fortune 1 and Fortune 100 companies focused on literally data and trust. And the project was M&A due diligence. If you're going to buy a data or AI company, or if you're going to invest in one, what should you be looking for? It's as simple as that. And that's a hard question to answer if you're Insight or if you're GE. And so much of what we built in that framework, and it's, I think, publicly available at this point, was about the culture of the organization. Because at the end, what's really going to matter is that every implementer throughout the chain is thinking about how am I treating this data, and what is the algorithm I'm building, and how are we double checking we haven't built something biased, and what is our audit process? And you can check each of those boxes, but if the reason for it isn't there, it's still not going to succeed. So it comes down to, does this company have a mission statement that involves trust? And does this company understand the data, where they're getting, what the value is? And so I guess it comes to this individual level of understanding what ethics are, and then trying, how do I implement those on an everyday practice to hit the gestalt of what you're looking for.
Can I follow up on that with you? What exactly is the difference between ethics and, say, just trying to optimize something? And I'll give you an example. The Department of Justice is looking into some SaaS application that is designed for landlords, and it optimized, rental property prices on behalf of those landlords. And I guess the question then becomes, are they manipulating something at the expense of tenants? But, from the perspective of the landlords, it's just an optimization. They're trying to figure out what is their best price capability, and they're using an algorithm to do that. So is that a good instance of AI, or should the tenants get together and build their own counter AI to get their own ethical setup going, where they're going to say, hey, we're going to figure out an algorithm to get the lowest price rental property? And, are those ethical considerations, or is that just the fundamental nature of capitalism?
Mm-hmm. So the way that I would look at it is, when we're building AI, part of the process is optimization. We are trying to optimize for a solution for a problem that we have and get the best outcome out of it. But what we miss here is, have we considered human as part of this process? To be able to understand what would be the impact of this system that we are going to apply, whether if it's on tenants, whether if it's on employees who work on shifts. What would be the outcome of this optimization on them? Are we providing something that is, we considered their feedback, we considered their kind of aspect into the process, or we purely thought about optimizing the cost or increasing efficiency? So that is the aspect that's missing in this part. So we didn't bring tenants as a stakeholder into the process of building it. And when we are thinking about the ethical aspect of it, one component of it is also bringing all these stakeholders to the table when we are thinking about building an AI system. And also thinking about running an impact assessment of the system. How this system, what are the benefits of the system? What are the risks of the system and the impacts that it's going to have? And how we can actually think about, maybe it's a good system, but we need to tweak some aspects of it to make it work both for the landlord side and also for the tenant side. So all these considerations should be part of building in, even when we start the process, even prior to building, thinking about these aspects of it. So for me, the part that's in many cases we might be missing here is the consideration of the human aspect of it.
So that just seems it seems so difficult to do. It's a little bit because that's a purely adversarial relationship in some ways. If you're thinking short term, if you're thinking long term, then yes, you want happy tenants over a 10-year cycle. But if what you're trying to do is maximize profits in the short term, your absolute job is not to make the tenants happy, but to maximize profits, which is probably maximizing rent. And the idea, like, I love that notion of stakeholder, but it's sort of like saying, let's make sure we bring the targets in of this military targeting system. The guys who are building the missiles to shoot at our ships, we should really talk to them first before we set up an AI to defend against missiles, right? It doesn't make any sense because their goal is not aligned. And I think that system is just simply echoing the goal. I think there's sort of a core problem with if you have a purely capitalist society that doesn't particularly care whether the tenants are unhappy or if some people can't live there anymore. But I don't think of it as exploitative to do that if the laws and our ethics think of that as acceptable. Because someone has to disagree. It's a panel.
So what does that mean then in terms of role and function? So we hear a lot about kind of the chief data officer or kind of data governance roles. Rebecca, in your mind, what does the function look like that can kind of own this on behalf of the organization or customer?
It's a great question. I think there's both questions bring up kind of the question of, altitude or different groups and these different stakeholders, right? So I was part of a group that authored some governance principles outlining, taking a lot of learnings from HPC and from AI, outlining principles that governing bodies can start to think about and implement, right? So you've got your governing bodies. And then, on the other side, I think we have to be thinking about one thing that we talk a lot about is a huge part of this is empowering the people. So, in your previous question, the tenants, but anyone whose data is going to be used, I think I think we're evolving past this, but traditionally there has been a lot of kind of gatekeeping in AI and deep tech, right? You can't understand it unless you've studied it. But I think popularizing this and getting across the awareness to everyone who this is going to affect so that people can self-advocate. But back to your question, Lee, in my company, we're relatively small. We're 50, 60 people. I am chief product officer, and I've kind of taken it on myself. We've done things like have a product management checklist for each stage of the design to build to test to iterate process, where you're thinking, okay, where am I getting this data? Am I representing all demographics that are going to be affected, et cetera, et cetera? So I think product managers have a good responsibility. I think it's often got to come from the executive level as well.
So, Mike, following up on that, do you think that, ethics is a slippery slope? So do we need to just kind of say there are certain use cases involving, say, life and death issues where we need to clearly have some sort of ethics applied, but it's not this, golden metric that can be applied to every transaction or every application in the world. We need to figure out some sort of balance. Is that what we're looking for here?
Well, I mean, from our perspective, writing explainable AI, I'm not trying to target advertising optimization. I don't particularly care if the 0.3 microcent difference between the Facebook ad price of a target for, let's say, literally the company Target is black box or not. I'm not really worried about the gender bias that might occur in that. I'm a lot more worried about what happens in residential loan decisions or parole or the others. So yes, I think the level of, let's say, ethical scrutiny and time spent with stakeholders is much higher when it's more safety critical, human critical. So yeah, I think absolutely. That notion of playing by the rules is a tough one because I think we have bad rules right now. And so if you're playing by rules to gather data, let's say you're LabCorp, right? what's the data you're gathering on people? You've got their full DNA, and there's a whole lot of numbers in there that, statements in their EULA where they're allowed to do all sorts of things with that data and then resell it, right? I don't love that, but they're playing legally within the rules right now. And so are they bad people for using that as their primary revenue source, selling my DNA information without my permission? I don't know that they are. I don't like it. I would sure like that there were a big warning label. I'd like even more for me to be able to delete it, but as it is, those are the rules here. That is sadly ethics encoded into regulation.
So Rebecca talked about kind of owning the process kind of from a product point of view. Should that be the case that she marks her own homework, or should there be a kind of a higher power to kind of audit this activity? What's your take on that, Hannah? What's your view on kind of who wields the big stick?
So part of this would go through, the internal process, having a thorough documentation of everything that we've done, all the decisions that we made. So that would help us really be able to audit ourselves and also be able to trace back if we see any issues, anything that we want to review. We would have that documentation. We would have that way of knowing what happened in the process. So that is one way of we can think about auditing it. Another aspect that came up was in terms of providing that information as to external stakeholders, whether if it's the users, whether if it's the people that the system is going to be applied to. So having that level of transparency and explainability that here's what we did, here's how we, whether if it's collection of the data, whether if it's how the system was built, and also kind of providing the possibility for them to be able to opt out if they want to. But in terms of, a higher system to do the auditing process, for example, we see that coming out of AI Act. So in some cases, they want to have independent auditors for conformity assessment aspect of it. So it really depends. There are cases that the stakes are very high. So you may want to focus on having external auditors to also review the system. But for the ones that they're not, as AI Act call it, high risk. If they're not high risk, maybe your internal auditing, as long as you have a framework that's aligned with what the regulators want, you would be able to, do your own auditing process.
Rebecca, you want to follow up on that? I mean, in your studies, is there going to be maybe someday some sort of certification that will be issued by some body that will audit an AI model for ethics and fairness? And is that feasible?
Yeah, like an organically grown kind of sticker on the box.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I think I hope so. And then also I'm both an optimist and a pessimist, right? I'm an optimist in that, I really believe in a world where AI represents our better angels, so to speak, and that we can, build towards that. But I think, when you really get into it, for example, when we were authoring those principles for governance, you get into kind of these like philosophical rabbit holes, right? And it's probably similar to any other, a lot of other areas of law. But I think, and Mike was kind of saying this, it's hard to make a one size fits all. I think there are certain things that you can do. There's low hanging fruit. For example, parole, make sure that you're auditing your models for, any kind of prejudice, those sorts of things. I think we'll start to see it. I was part of a group that did a Coursera course for an ethical technologist certification. So I think you'll see these one-offs. I think it's challenging to do it from a regulatory level, but I think we'll see parts of it for sure.
Yeah, I'd say from the other side, we don't see that good housekeeping seal of approval on software systems. And software systems are fully inspectable. Like, they can be complicated. It can be 1.5 million lines of code, but the algorithms are there and they're inspectable. When you're talking about 160 billion artificial neurons, nobody can inspect that. Doesn't make any sense. And it's a harder problem, right? Because you're trying to certify the good housekeeping of both the data and the model you've built with the data. I think it's impossible. And that's the reason we don't have it right now is this software ethically built? Again, right, that's the trivial example of doing this for AI. And we've been writing software systems since the 50s, and we don't have that at all. So if we can't solve it for software, we're not going to solve it for AI. So what's left then? Ideally, at least you have the sort of auditability in the rear view of, well, we built this model. We used 20 years of parole data. We did a fantastic job, left nothing out. And then it turns out, of course, it's completely biased by the after lunch problem of the judges where they're tired and cranky, and it's biased racially because you took data from the whole nation and blah, blah, blah. And at least we can go back and look at it. And we can say, oops, yep, I can see here this decision was indeed racially biased or time biased or whatever it might be. Oops, that shouldn't have been in there. And then we fix it and move on. At least we can do that with software. I don't think we'll ever get it with AI on the path we're on. It's a dead evolutionary path for ethics. How's that?
So is that a source of optimism that because the bias can be coded and made transparent, that's better than it living in my head, where I can kind of apply my bias kind of subconsciously? If it explores the model and we understand its outputs and we can shine a spotlight on its bias, should that be a source of optimism for us, or should we be kind of pessimistic that we're just kind of hard coding existing biases?
Yes. So imagine you have the racially biased judge, right? So how do you pull that out? Only after years and years can you go back and figure out, oh, wait a second, there was a problem here. Because any individual case, you can make an argument that it's okay that she didn't get the credit card and he did, even though they're married. But it's this one case, right? So you have to have this pattern of behavior. Much easier if you train an AI built on that judge's decisions. You can more quickly determine whether or not there's a bias issue from that model than you could from the individual, because ideally, software or an inspectable ML model will be more inspectable than anyone's brain, right? So yes, there's a case for optimism there. Right now, though, what's happening is we are scaling human fallibility as quickly as we possibly can. We're scaling it like crazy without any ability to understand it any more than a human.
To that point, Hanaya, will we need AI models trained in ethics to inspect AI models built by humans for bias? And, can we use AI to police AI?
Well, there are ideas around that. But again, it comes down to, first of all, what are our values that we are trying to go with? To kind of piggyback on the conversation that we had just now in terms of biases. Even when it comes to bias, how do we define our bias, right? So before even thinking about, using AI to actually try to reduce bias, our first step is first to figure out what bias means in that specific use case that we have, right? So when we figure that out, and it's a challenge, as much as we want to be optimistic about things being easy on the ethics side, even just defining fairness is a challenge based on use case, because, when you pick one definition and you want to be fair in that one, you're going to be biased with another definition. And when, in these situations, someone would always be unhappy about the results. So first, we need to figure that out on our own. And then we can think about how we can actually use AI to help us mitigate the biases that we see in the system. So there are tools that we would be able to use to mitigate if we see a bias in our model or if we see a bias in our data from the technical perspective. So we already have those tools. It's a matter of figuring out from ourselves how we should be thinking about the ethics, how we should be thinking about the bias aspect of it before even thinking about using AI in this regard.
I think hiring is an example where you always want bias of some sort. You're trying to build it, right? Like I'm trying to build a more diverse workforce. So I'm purposely biasing in a certain direction. It happens to be a legal direction to bias, right? But I am biasing by protected class a little bit because I'm trying to build purposefully a more culturally and gender diverse workforce, which is tough in an engineering company, right? But so it starts with, what are we trying to do? And then build a system and then double check that that system's actually doing what we wanted. We want a younger workforce. We want a more experienced experienced workforce. These are reasonable things to say. Some are illegal, some are not, right? But you're at least understanding what you're trying to accomplish. And that's a really hard problem, like you say, because it tends to be that strategy comes out of action. Like you notice over a few years, we've been getting a younger workforce, and you realize it wasn't on purpose at all, but it happened in the tactics.
So let's roll back from the model a little bit and talk about kind of the data. The data science truism is garbage in, garbage out. And so you see that there is an appetite, an avarice for as much data as possible, which inevitably creates data asymmetries. Some people have access to data that other organizations don't. How do we govern the fire hose and kind of the data capture? We've got on my side of the pond, we have GDPR as a regulatory function. That's not exactly been wildly successful in managing bad actors. How do we go beyond that to kind of understanding who has their hands, who has their greedy paws on the data in the first place?
Well, I'll throw something out semi-technical while everyone stares. I think large data sets are sort of an artifact of a bad transformation process for current black box ML, right? Why do we need 100 million data points to be able to understand credit card transactions? Because you're using a lossy method of compression, right? Essentially, that's what you're creating, is this lossiness where you throw a lot of stuff out. And ideally, when that model's created, it doesn't throw out the good stuff and keep the bad stuff and then overfit to something incorrect or learn shallowly or whatever else. But ideally, more mathematically driven AI won't require the 100 million records to try to solve a problem. Now, mind you, there's some problems you actually need that because the shape of that hyperdimensional information space requires it because it's so complex, but most often you don't. So I'll just say, maybe that'll get solved in the next couple of years and reduce the haves and have-nots. Totally different answer to your question, but that bought Rebecca some time to think.
Well, let's follow up with that with a question to Rebecca, because on this side of the pond, one of the most famous quotes in history is, what are the most 9 dangerous words in the English language? And it's Ronald Reagan saying, hello, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. So what is the role of government going to be in this business? Because, we have GDPR with mixed success, but our government's going to get involved. And, I find it hard to believe that some congressional office somewhere that's going to write a bill is going to understand how AI algorithms work. So, this doesn't bode well from my perspective. But what do you think, Rebecca?
Oh, man, that is a good question. It's interesting. So, and I think too, a lot of in the cybersecurity space, we have to get compliance is very important, right? You've got SOC 2. If you want to work with the government, you've got, this whole idea of FedRAMP and your NIST standards. And so I think, there are areas like that where you get a bunch of really smart people together who know their stuff, and you get them to put forth ideas of how you can keep these things under control. It's really a hard question. I think, the hard thing is AI is moving. I'll speak for myself. AI is moving faster than I thought it would. Things are really starting to accelerate. We hit a few huge milestones in the last year. For anyone who hasn't gone out and played with GPT-3 or DALL-E, it'll blow your mind, I promise. So these big models, these big things that we're really starting to be able to do. And one of the hardest things for AI has traditionally been deal with context. And we're starting to be able to do stuff like that. So, bringing it back, I think AI is moving faster than the speed of government traditionally has. And so that's kind of where I stand. I think it'll catch up, but we got to get ahead of it in other ways as well.
I just say that there's the transition of taking old technology decisions and regulation and trying to apply them to AI. I hate the open source push in AI. If only your AI is open source, then it must be gooder and betterer for society. And it's got no impact whatsoever on bias. And in fact, it just literally biases software development contracts towards ad-supported companies that happen to make AI. Facebook's, Google's, whoever else. They're not in the AI business. They're in the giving it away business to drive the size of the internet, because Google gets a cut of the internet, right? And that's their whole business model. Whereas little companies like mine who are trying to sell AI, we can't open source it yet. We can't afford to. But we're not allowed to make software in New York now, even though we have explainable AI that does exactly what they want, because a well-meaning regulator decided that, gosh, what we need is open source to protect the people. And that's just, it's sort of a faulty analogy, but I get why they're grasping at straws. Like you say, Rebecca, it's moving too fast. I don't understand what's going on in AI, and I do it every day because it's moving too fast.
To that end, Mike, so what we're seeing, and Rebecca referenced some examples of this, is the ability for kind of your citizen data scientists to be able to create models using natural language text. Is that a good or a bad thing, and that we're making citizen data scientists of everybody? Or actually, are we further abstracting what's going on behind the curtain and making it harder to interrogate what's going on? What's your view on that?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I spent a lot of time trying to democratize video game development. So you didn't need 50 hackers in order to build something cool. It could be 2 or 3 people in a garage could make a mobile game, and literally somebody just made $9 billion off of a mobile game that I was looking at. So that's, I love the democratization of tools, but anytime you're using Python instead of writing machine assembly, you're too far away from the hardware to understand what's going on, right? Great question. And for sure, people using Midjourney and DALL-E and ChatGPT have no idea what they're thinking about ethically, where those models were sourced, where the images were sourced, the fact that you can literally create copywritten code within what's the Copilot, the Microsoft tool. It will spit out copyrighted code chunks for you because it trained on copyrighted code chunks and will help you break the law, right? And there's no warning on the box that says that. That's I think let's just start with people understanding what AI can do, because I think that's a beautiful thing, and we'll train them later what it is that it can do wrong, as opposed to not expose them. How's that?
All right.
Don't train models, train humans.
All right. Guys, we're down to our last question. I'm going to give it to Hanaya. Will there be a backlash because of all these issues, and will people decide that they don't trust the AI models, and then once they stop trusting the AI models, they'll stop relying on them, and then the whole thing will come for no particular purpose?
So for this one, I would put my pessimistic hat on, because pretty much we're using AI on a daily basis. You know, it's on our phone. We use it all the time. So as part of that, definitely, you know, there are backlashes that we see from, unfortunately, many headlines that we see about the AI gone wrong, right? So part of the problem is that, you know, because AI is so embedded in our lives, it's hard for people to really separate the two. But one thing that I would add to that is, you know, because of all these things that headlines that are making, people are now paying more and more attention to it. So they are getting more and more educated on these aspects of it as well. So for example, if you look at 5 years ago, if a headline came out, the level of awareness for people about issues, let's say like Instagram, Facebook issues, or, you know, all the other companies that made headlines, they may have not really thought about it. It's just one-off thing. But now it's constantly on their mind, and they don't need to be technical. Even, you know, people who are using AI, whether we want to call them citizen data scientists or just, you know, AI users, now they know about these things more. So part of the process is that it's not necessarily would be a backlash that they would stop using it. Now they're using it in a more conscious way. They're paying more attention and would demand more. So it won't be a halt, but rather now there's more kind of feedback and engagement between the creators and the users. So we would see that aspect of it moving forward. So it would be a slower process in terms of, you know, with regards to severe backlash, then the creators need to rethink everything that they've done, but rather a slow process of improving it because the users are demanding more ethical and more trustworthy systems.
All right. Well, it sounds to me like we need a lot more AI education out there so the users can ask those intelligent questions. Hey guys, thanks for being on the show. This is our first episode. We hope you'll all watch the next episodes as we go along here with my host, Lee. And with that, any kinds of suggestions, feel free to share them with us as you find your way to our websites and various other resources provided by our friends over at the AI Association that we're co-hosting this with. Folks, thanks again for being on the show.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us for another episode of Techstrong Women, where we feature amazing women doing amazing things in tech. I'm Jody Ashley, executive producer here at Techstrong, and I'm here with my co-host, Tracy Reagan, CEO of Deploy Hub and member of a bunch of boards at the Linux Foundation. Before I introduce today's guests, I want to give you a quick update about what's happening here at Techstrong TV. Yes, it is almost 2023. So be sure to mark your calendar for our annual Predict Virtual event on January 12th, where industry leaders and visionaries will speculate about what the future looks like and lay out a roadmap to success for 2023. Speaker submissions are still open, so go out there and check it out and share your predictions for 2023. And remember, you can register for all of our events by going to techstrongevents.com, and be sure to tune in every day to techstrong.tv for great shows and interviews. Okay, Trace, what's on your mind today?
So, I continually look at the labor market in terms of the software development puzzle that we're in. And Nora, I'm sure you can pitch in on this one. It's hard to find developers. It's really a tough road to find software developers. So I'm becoming more and more fascinated with Microsoft's new open source project called Copilot. Copilot is basically Grammarly for coders, which means that you don't necessarily have to know all the syntax, just like in Grammarly. Thank God for Grammarly, because I do terrible at spelling and punctuation.
I'm totally with you.
It saves me every day. Copilot is basically generating snippets of code based on what it believes that you're trying to write.
Wow.
Now, why this is going to be interesting is because it's going to, if it really takes off, which I have a suspicion it will, it's going to open up more what I like to call new collar workers, a term I heard from the DevOps Institute. And I believe that we are going to see more women moving into software development as new collar workers. So Copilot is something we should start watching. And then from in my brain, I start thinking about the software supply chain. And if a tool like Copilot was out there, maybe we would have more of a central code base of open source functions. And we can start doing a better job of managing the supply chain and the security around it. So it has a lot of implications, but most in the area of bringing new people into this field. Now, that means new people are going to come in at entry-level jobs as programmers, but we still have many, many jobs at the higher levels, at the higher pay levels, like operations, like DevOps, like chaos engineering, which I hope we talk about today. So I think that we all should be watching the Copilot project. It is an open source project, and start looking at seeing how it's going to change our industry, because I believe it will have a pretty big, it'll disrupt us. It'll disrupt the entry level positions for software development. If you spend 4 years in college, maybe you won't be spending 4 years in college to learn to code. Maybe we can get more people spending 4 years in college learning to be DevOps engineers instead. So some of these I hate to call them lower level, but some programming is the entry level position. And I believe it's going to really open the door to a lot of people.
Well, that's so cool. Thanks, Trace. Great. Well, let's get going here. I would love to introduce everyone to our guest today, Nora Jones, founder and CEO of Jelly and fellow Coloradan. Just going to say that. Nora, thanks for being here.
Thanks so much for having me.
Tell us about yourself. Tell us what you're doing at Jelly.
Sure. Yeah. So Jelly is an incident analysis company, but we really cover the entire incident platform from, coordinating yourselves in an incident to learning the most you can from it afterwards to seeing patterns across your incident in your organization that serve as a way to help you do better in your organization, from you leveraging incidents to understand your budgets better, to understand your headcount better, to understand your roadmap estimates better, to understand build versus buy better. It can be a really nice avenue to discover all of that. And I think as an industry, we've been leaving a lot of data on the table. And I think we can use incidents to pontificate a little bit less about what we should be doing next in our organizations and the industry, and we can use them to inform us more. So we're really trying to make that easy and accessible for people to learn what they can from them. And Tracy, I really liked what you were saying about Copilot earlier. And what I like about it, and this seems silly, but I actually really like the name. I think even the name itself, it's like, hey, we're not steering the plane for you and we're not doing all of this for you, but we are enabling you. And that is what I feel like the future of dev tools should be like. It bothers me seeing tools in the industry that are like, we will just replace this for you and think for you, and you don't have to think about these things. And I think that's a miss. Like, ultimately, humans and machines should work together and help each other. And so that's really kind of what we're trying to do at Jelly too, is like, supplement the human being that's doing a lot of this, that's busy, that has a lot going on. So yeah, that's what Jelly is.
And you point out something that I talk about often is that we are, I guess the shoemaker's children never has shoes. And when it comes to data, when I say we, I want to say we as a DevOps community from the entire software lifecycle, all the way from, birth to production and incident. We leave a lot of data laying on drives in places. DevOps intelligence has been ignored, and it is what can define us and how we can improve. Mm-hmm. And it's amazing that we don't do as much as we should with the data. And when I was looking at Jelly, it was like, yay, somebody's looking at data and making really good decisions on data, because that's where the machine learning will come from. And it doesn't have to be artificial intelligence. It just has to be pattern matching, understanding the problems we're running into. Mm-hmm. I want to talk about what I discovered chaos engineering last year. I may be a little late to the game, but it's not my area. And I was fascinated by it. Yeah. Please talk to us about chaos engineering, kind of how it really got started in your world and how it's impacted your decisions around Jelly.
Yeah. So just to give a quick definition, chaos engineering is the idea of purposefully injecting turbulent conditions in production with a mitigated blast radius just to see how your system reacts. And by system here, I mean people, I mean technologies, I mean potential customers, and just being able to contain it in a small environment so that you can learn from it before you have a catastrophic incident that hits the news, impacts revenue in bad ways. So I started learning about it back in 2015. And it really wasn't a thing. I had joined a startup called Jet.com. And at that time, they had the highest Google AdWords spend in all of the world. And so we were getting a lot of traffic to our website. And yet we also didn't have SREs. We had like a DevOps team at the time, but our website was going down a lot. So much that we were having incident review meetings every morning, like as our stand-up. And so my SVP at the time, they hired me to be kind of an internal tools and productivity engineer. I was really an SRE, but we weren't really using that title at the time. And he was like, you can just kind of do whatever you want. Like, we can just try things. Like, let's just try things and see what happens. And I found Netflix was doing this thing called Chaos Monkey, where they would shut down a single node in an AWS cluster and make sure that it didn't take down everything, and just to make sure we were resilient to a single node going down. And I just thought the practices behind some of it were interesting. We're just practicing like a very simple failure case. And so I wrote a tool while I was at Jet.com to do that. And I thought what I was doing was creating a tool, but really what I quickly realized was it was a big cultural change. And so I sent out a lot of emails before I turned on this tool, like, hey, does anyone have any concerns? Do you want to opt your service out of this? And I got like basically 0 responses. And so after a while of waiting, I eventually turned it on because I was like, okay, if it's not going to bother anyone, I'm just going to do it. And then I think I met like all of my coworkers that week because I had impacted a bunch of their services. We brought the entire QA environment down. And I was like fairly new at the company too. And so it was a big learning experience for me, but I actually blogged about the entire experience. Like I was like, I'm thinking I'm making a tool right now, but really what we learned was how we reacted to those failures. And we were able to like meet each other. And like, I luckily didn't break production. We broke QA, which did impact releases and impacted things in a big way. But I started learning a lot more about organizational psychology and as it relates to the technical aspects of what we're going through. And I don't feel like we're trained a lot on that as software engineers, but there's a lot of room for it. And I think it's a lot of what DevOps is too. So that was sort of how I got into it. And then Netflix saw my blog, invited me to come speak at their organization about some of the cultural aspects of things. And then I ended up working there. What I learned while I was there was we had this really cool chaos tool that we had built. We had written academic white papers on it, like how we were able to successfully inject failure into production traffic without customers noticing, but in a way that we could learn from it. Like it was absolutely brilliant. And yet what surprised me when I got there was that very few people in the organization were using the platform. And I was like, well, we've built this brilliant technology, but what's the use of it if no one's using it? And so I started trying to figure out why no one was using it at the organization. And it turned out people were scared. They were naturally scared to inject failure in production. They weren't thinking about failure as much as I was in my job, right? They were owning a service. They were owning a service that customers used, and they had to get features out the door. And they didn't want to come to a UI that's asking them where they want to inject failure and how many customers they want to impact. Like it scared them. And so they'd stop at that point during the process of creating the experiment. And I found sometimes that even just sitting down with them and talking about that fear and talking about what areas of their system keep them up at night generated almost as much ROI, even more sometimes than using the platform itself. And I found that most of that was based on previous incidents. And so that's how I started studying incidents. Like I actually wanted to drive more traffic to our chaos platform. And so I was going to look for patterns and like speak a language that they knew, they had participated in incidents. And so, but I learned there was so much more data in incidents other than just trying to drive traffic to my chaos platform. Like you could see things like teams that were underwater and maybe needed to hire more. You could see things like services that were critical and the amount of knowledge silos that actually knew how they worked. You could see teams in practice versus teams in theory, because when you're in an incident, all rules kind of go out the window and everyone's just trying to stop the bleeding. And there's a lot of data to be found in that, like you were saying, Tracy. So like my journey from chaos engineering kind of evolved into what I was doing today. That was a very long-winded answer, but yeah.
No, it's a fascinating answer, and it's an area that I find that we should be looking at, and even in a broader perspective. Mm-hmm. And again, I think about our situation with open source security. We should be able to have an incident response for open source, right? We should be able to sneak something in and see how well we respond.
Yeah,
because it's always the case that we are caught with our pants down. Production incidents always happen at Friday. It's at 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
right. It's always the case, or Sunday morning at 2 a.m. Mm-hmm. And nobody's at their best when it's 2 a.m. on Sunday morning, or even 6 o'clock on Friday. And so we don't respond that well. And learning how to respond to incidents, regardless of what kind of incident it is I think more important than understanding the root cause analysis.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but I think understanding your incidents and analyzing them is important to like inform how you respond to them. I think a lot of folks at times spend a lot more time trying to get a handle on their current incidents without looking at a lot of the ones that they've already had. I think of that meme of like the girl and the boyfriend, and he's like holding her hand and he's like looking back at that. There's like this whole wealth of incidents and knowledge that you already have that could inform and make those things that you're saying even better, Tracy.
And that's where the data becomes important and the pattern matching.
Yeah.
Because we repeat our problems over and over and over. I've seen it so many times.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But we do that because we're not, taking the time to understand them sometimes too.
So it's cool that somebody encouraged you. I mean, how fun is it to encourage you to create chaos? Like I've learned about that. Obviously, as part of my job, we've done some episodes on some other shows about it, and it's super interesting. And I always find the people that do it have like a certain personality. Like they're like you, and they're like, this is really fun. And yeah, I caused some grief, but hey, and I've listened to my husband, who's a CTO and who's been in security for 30 plus years, say to his team, we're gonna screw stuff up, and we're gonna learn because we fail, and that's okay. We're trying to tell certain personalities, they're like you said, the teams that didn't want to try it because they're like, I don't want to screw anything up. But you have to teach people that's actually helpful.
Yeah, and you're normalizing that part of work. Totally.
And I think there's a confidence level that comes with an individual who's willing to screw things up, to know that they can fix it.
Yeah.
If you don't feel like you can fix it, you probably aren't so willing to disrupt it.
Yeah. And a lot of that, is outside the individual too. It's like the system. Does the system allow for things to be messed up? And if, I think a lot of the time, the questions we need to ask after incidents is how did it make sense, or how was it possible for this person to do this thing? Because I think you're absolutely right there. I think of the Uber security incident that happened recently, and how a lot of the blame was kind of placed on that one person, when really like it could have maybe been focused on the system. Like, how was it possible that this engineer did what they did? And why did it make sense to them?
Well, we haven't done a very good job in terms of a lot of the stuff and I know the incident, the Uber problem that you're referring to, but if we look at the underlying infrastructure that we have, we are still pretty script based. Yeah. Scripted everything is scripted, and we haven't not done a good job of thinking about data and separating the data from the definition. Mm-hmm. And then being able to bring data into a central place and start understanding what we actually look like. And I think that's what's interesting with what you're doing with Jelly. So tell us, how did you come up with the idea? Give us a little bit of insight about your journey. How did you start Jelly? But did you just quit your job and say, I'm going to do this? How did you do it?
So the idea really started forming like when I was trying to drive more traffic to that chaos tool, and I started looking at patterns and incidents. So I analyzed like how people talk to each other in Slack during incidents. And then I analyzed the people that were brought in and when they were brought in and what team they were on and what their tenure was at the organization, and if they were on call or off call, and it was during their working hours. And then I aggregated all that information, and it was just a gold mine of data, but it also took me forever to do it. And I was like, wow, I wish I had a tool that could help me do these things. And so I started kind of hacking on it on the side while I was at Netflix. And then I didn't quite know if there was a market for it. And I started a community called Learning from Incidents in Software. I just wanted to talk about incidents, and I wanted to see if anyone else was doing sort of this pattern analysis thing, like based on how people talk to each other and how organizations were supporting new employees versus tenured employees. And, if we were able to get ahead of burnout, things like that before it happened, because it can ultimately support our system overall. And so I shot out a tweet, and I was like, is anyone else thinking about stuff like this? And I got about 300 DMs in a night. And so I started a little Slack community. Yeah. And it was wild. And it's existed since 2019. And we've done a lot of really cool stuff in the industry. We have people actually that are outside of the software industry sitting in it too. We have people that do safety critical things in medicine, that study incidents in aviation. And so we're kind of just bringing some of that thinking into the software industry as well. And so I was working with that community for a while, and I got offered a job at Slack, which, Slack was about to IPO. When a company has a lot of public media attention, there tends to be incidents tend to be heavier, and there tend to be more incidents because there's more pressure. And so I thought it would be kind of an interesting time to join, but I think as, pretty quickly into being there, the urge to start Jelly full time, really was pushing me. And being there and seeing the community I had started growing, was helping me be like, wow, there really is a huge need for this in the industry. And I really just wanted to go build it. And so I left Slack after about 6 months, actually. We had a few incidents, and it was a really amazing time to work there and just see how folks work together in incidents with such a public facing company that was so widely used, such as Slack, and then started Jelly in August 2019.
So that's a story of service. I think that most people I talk to who have survived in a startup world, we tend to think about how we can be of service. Mm-hmm. You described, just putting a tweet out there and seeing if there's anybody else who wanted to talk about it because you wanted to talk about it. You were offering a service. Yeah. Something that you knew you were suffering with. So is there anybody else suffering with this? Am I the only one?
About instant validation. That was quite the pile on of responses right away.
Yeah, I mean, it was, but it took a couple years for the community to build in a way. I've seen so many startups that were just kind of I need to find a problem around my solution. And I really wanted to make sure I was actually building a solution around a problem. And I think you're absolutely right, Tracy. I feel like that those are the best startups, are the ones that are really trying to listen to what is ailing people in the industry. I mean, I think with SREs and DevOps folks, we frequently burn out a lot more than other places, and we frequently don't get noticed in organizations unless there is an incident. But yet we're all working all the time to keep our systems up and running and giving our customers a good experience. But yet no one quite knows what we're doing, when there isn't an incident. And so one of the things I really wanted to focus on with Jelly was to help these folks tell their stories a little bit more, and because they're carrying all this knowledge, but yet we're so kind of bogged down sometimes that we're not always the best storytellers. And so it's meant to give a place to share that knowledge and tell those stories too through data, like you were saying.
I'm glad you mentioned the burnout. Mental health is important in every industry, but boy, during COVID, I knew a lot of SREs who were seriously burnt out.
Oh, yeah.
They were doing everything they could on some of these systems to keep it up and running in environments that they had never worked in before, like remote, where they didn't have access to a lot of things, even though they needed them. They couldn't go back in the office. And the burnout factor was pretty intense for a lot of people in DevOps. I personally know 3 who just got out of it completely.
Yeah,
I can't do this.
Even working. Are they still in the industry?
They're in the industry, but they just got out of it. 2 of them went back to programming. One of them went into testing and said, you let somebody else chase down these problems because it's a lot. SREs tend to have a lot of responsibility or a lot of the blame and none of the responsibility. Yeah. So it's can be a really, really hard position to be in. And like I say, during COVID, I talked to so many people on LinkedIn. They just wanted to talk. They were just like, I feel like I'm going crazy right now. All I'm doing is supporting problems.
Yeah.
So did you gather a lot of data during that time?
Yeah. I mean, we had started Jelly in August 2019, and then we went into a global pandemic in March. And we had just kind of started cementing our product at that point in time. And so, but then, just talking to folks in the industry, talking to folks in my community, it was like some systems were getting used more than ever, and the SRE's job was more important than ever, and incidents mattered more than ever. And so it was just kind of also a renewed mission for Jelly too, just kind of going through all that and really wanting to provide that support. I mean, I spoke with some folks. I did a panel back in December 2020 with folks from 3 different organizations whose systems just like quadrupled in traffic overnight, like someone from a food delivery company. I talked with someone from Netflix, and I forget the other person I spoke to, but there were a lot of systems that like just really changed traffic overnight in a way that there's no way people could keep up with, right? You could have never predicted that situation. I think as SREs, sometimes we are expected to prepare for every situation that could possibly ever happen, but that takes like a lot of time and money. And I think there's a lot of coordination things that can be happening across the organization too. Like you brought up a good point about blame with no responsibility. And I think that is accurate, and I think it can change. And so like, we're really trying to help other parts of the organization understand what SREs and these kinds of folks do so that they can learn to work with them better. Like if marketing is having a huge launch, they should probably be coordinating with SRE like every step of the way,
That's so typical when one arm's not paying attention to what the leg is up to. And
until something bad happens. Yeah.
Well, and it seems like with the pandemic, I mean, that's what with Techstrong, I mean, all of a sudden we went from an in-person organization to an online entity that we grew our company like 3 times the size that it was during that last 2 years. And that's part of when I joined it. And it was crazy to see just all the struggles that everybody was having to deal with all the security. Like suddenly everybody was on a laptop at their house. They weren't working on networks the same way.
Yeah, exactly.
It was causing all this, and still is to some degree. They not everybody still figured out how, because they want to stay remote. A lot of companies are not bringing workers back, and systems still have to operate safely.
Yeah,
these remote environments, it's just so much just hit all at once.
Are your 2 organizations remote?
Yes,
we are.
Well, we do have an office in Boca Raton that about I don't know, half of our staff works at, but the rest of us are all remote around the country. So
we got rid of our office. What about Jelly?
We've been fully remote, but there were only 4 of us when the pandemic started. So my plan the whole time was to have a fully remote team, but I had also just signed a lease for an office, like an office space with one of my coworkers that happened to live nearby me like a week before the pandemic. Luckily, I was able to get out of it. But
nice.
Yeah. And moving forward, you're planning on keeping it a remote company?
Yeah. I think we might, we happen to have 8 people that live in Portland, like so I think they get together sometimes. But we try to do little mini in-person things where we can, but I think we'll stay remote.
From an investor perspective, how does an investor perceive that? Do they still think we should have offices, or are they becoming a little more understanding of a remote culture?
I mean, I raised money before the pandemic, and I had put in my deck that we were going to be a fully remote team. I think it really depends on the person and the people that you hire, I think. And we have to be I'm sure you all know this too. We have to be very cognizant when we hire, like, is this person going to be able to support themselves and ask for help when they need it? Because one thing I noticed, and a friend of mine is an engineering manager, and he was really actually stressed when we all went into lockdown. I was talking to him about it, and he said it's really hard for him to train junior employees now that are like just out of college. He was like, because I can't walk by their desk anymore and be like, hey, what's what's happening here? Because I can like see what's on their screen. And he was like, they don't know when they're struggling. And so then, it involves different management techniques too. We're not hiring like right out of college employees right now, but that's something I consider as, we think about growing our remote work is how would we be able to support folks that are not sure when they need to ask for help, or when you can't quite walk by their desk and, kind of just strike up a chat with them.
It's a cultural shift. It really is. I've learned a lot about that working on an open source project.
Yeah,
and how to encourage mentorship across the committer community, and have a place to have those discussions where everybody feels safe.
Yeah.
And because not everybody in the DevOps world, and we have a DevOps tool, and we have a lot of DevOps people who want to contribute, but they're not necessarily programmers. So there's a lot of education that we have to do. And it is a shift. It's definitely a shift. We have to really rethink the human aspect of software. We just have to rethink it.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're being disrupted like we do everybody else, right? We're disruptors, and now we've been disrupted in terms of how we manage our humans.
Well, you were talking about the SREs, and I've had some conversations with them, and Nora, they said a lot of what you said, which is just their mental health has really struggled for the last couple of years, and how hard it's been for them. And I think a lot of those people are, used to being in an environment where they can look over the wall or around the corner and
or like,
say, hey, are you having a problem? Instead of like slacking, can you talk to me, or can you pick up the phone or whatever?
Yeah.
That some of us can work. Like my job is, I'm great remote. I'm a cat herder, I'm running around trying to catch up with all of you. But I do see where, especially we do interns, and all of our interns are typically in person in the Boca office, so that they can interact with our CEO, and he can be engaging with them and walking down the hall. And it is hard. It's going to be interesting to see the impact that it has on college students in certain jobs being able to, where they can work, because it will be something depending on what they're doing.
Well,
so I saw one solution to that. One of my nieces, who had gotten her first job during COVID, they ended up giving her 2 monitors. One she had on a permanent Zoom connection with who would have been her cube mate.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And the other was her monitor. So she literally said she sat and talked to her cube mate all day, who was kind of her mentor, because she had been there for a while. She knew the ropes. And so she would just be chatting with her all day long. And she said it was kind of like I was sitting in a cubicle.
Yeah, I could see that being helpful for like someone new to their career, for sure. We've considered things like that too. We have like water cooler Zoom sessions, and we don't even use Zoom. What's the tool? Around? Have you heard of the tool Around? Our engineers use that, and it's like an Around session where you can just go spitball with each other and you don't have to join it, but like they all like it because they get to have that camaraderie like they would be at, kind of an office.
Our boss has created the monthly Jeopardy game for the whole company. Yeah. We play Jeopardy about different things in the industry, and we all have to study them up all week for 4 weeks, and then we're in teams of 5 and we play Jeopardy, and it's hysterically funny. Except we have one of our interns who graduated and is now part of the company. If you're familiar with John Willis, his son Will wins every time. So we're pulling him out and making him the host because he's so smart that he's killing all of us. So, but it's a fun way to team build when we can't all be together. And we're all learning. So that's awesome too. But there's definitely some creative. We did a holiday party during COVID where I had food shipped to everybody's house, food and wine. They got to pick, and we all got on Zoom and had our holiday party on a Zoom call with the food that had been delivered and the wine or whiskey, people got a choice.
I love that.
And so, there's a lot of creative. I'm one of those people that I have to look at the positive stuff that comes out of things. I can't just focus on this really sucked, right? And all the devastation, but the positive things that it came out of it. And there's some of these things that are really fun that no one would have thought about doing had we not. And the world was going to go virtual to some degree, right? A lot of companies were already designing that way. So I think it's really fun that some of these things popped up. Well, I have one more question I want to ask you before we get too far along here, because we're getting close to being done. Angel investing. Tell me about that. I see that you're doing that.
Yeah. So I've done a few angel investments. I did one with an HR tech company called Guide. They provide a recruiting tool really for the company themselves. So to help the company and the candidate know which stage they're at in the recruiting process and to provide like a lot of transparency into it. It's really cool. And then the other companies I invested in are more companies that I'm familiar with, like testing and performance related companies and SRE related companies. Nice. And so it was more, I wanted to do it with companies I thought I could make a difference in and understood the problem space well. And it's a lot to be a CEO of a new company. And there's, I think, there were a lot of things I ran into that I would love to be able to help other people on as well. So it's kind of a fun opportunity to talk to other CEOs and other people trying to really make something happen as well.
That's so great. Giving back is so amazing. Some people I would just think would be so involved in starting their own company. For you to split your brain off that way and be like, but I want to help some people.
I'm very careful about it. Like there's certainly like more companies I could do it with, but I want to make sure I'm also being cognizant of my time. But it's I feel like we really also help each other out sometimes too. I think one thing it took me probably about a year to learn into my entrepreneurial journey was to make sure I'm making CEO friends too, because it's like a very unique thing you're going through as a founder. And even though you have a really great supportive network, it's hard to find folks that understand unless they're also going through the same thing. So it's just really like we help each other a lot too.
Wow, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Tracy, do you have any other good questions?
No, I don't think so. I think this has been an amazing little journey here, going through chaos engineering and all the way through the culture of having a remote office and angel investing. And Nora, it has been fabulous meeting you. I will probably I need more CEO friends. I think that tidbit of information was meant for me. You just didn't know it.
Let's be friends. I would love to.
It is super important. I've supported senior executives over the years as part of my career. And that was one of the things I found is that they found it super useful. And we don't think about that. We think, well, they're so smart and they're doing all this stuff. They're good. But yeah, you definitely, it's nice to have people in a community that you can reach out to and be like, did you run into this?
Yeah.
Because other people aren't going to understand.
Yes, you're not bananas. Like this is the thing that happened to me this morning.
You're not bananas. Oh, we don't think you're bananas. We think you're amazing. So thank you so much for being here. And we're just really glad we got the chance to have this one-on-one, kind of one-on-one, two-on-one conversation with you. And we're really excited for what you're doing. And we're going to keep watching it and see what you come up with in the future. We're very excited.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciated being here with you too.
Well, great. Thanks everybody for joining us for another episode of Techstrong Women. We'll be back next couple of weeks. So be sure and check in. Love to see you. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and Media Ops CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
Previously on Engineering the Change.
It's kind of like being on a football team. You got to make cuts to the roster, right? But we got to take it down to 3 finalists. Her essay was one of the best essays I've ever read in the 3 or 4 times we've done this.
Yeah.
So,
She's in.
But there was, to me, Carly epitomizes why we do this. I give extra bonus points to people who can write well and can express themselves, and Donald did express himself. All right, so let's go through this then. Stephanie Sanchez, Donald Brazil, and Carly Duvel are our 3 finalists for this cohort's Engineering the Change Scholarship.
Engineering the Change has literally changed the lives of scholarship winners. Here are our past recipients.
My name is Victoria Roas. I am an immigrant from Brazil. I came to this country when I was 10 years old.
My name is Drew Johnson. I'm a full-stack software engineer.
My name is Alina Maluk. I'm from Ukraine. I'm the winner of scholarship from 2 cohorts before me.
The Engineering of Change scholarship that I won last year was life-changing.
I really poured my soul and told my story to them, and a few weeks later I got a call from Alan, and it was, I even cried on the phone, I think. And it was like a life-changing moment.
The program at Boca Code was amazing. It was easy for me with zero experience to learn the fundamentals of software development.
My career has completely changed from barely being able to, hold down a job to now being sought after by some of the biggest tech companies in the world.
Boca Code has built me up.
I got a job at hot fintech software company at the day of graduation.
I think that becoming a software engineer has been one of the most rewarding things in my life.
I am Carly Duberval, mother of 2 amazing children. I have a bachelor degree in accounting.
My name is Donald Brazil. I was born in Haiti. I was raised in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Growing up, I've always been interested in technology.
Hi, my name is Stephanie. I'm originally from Haiti. I've resided in Miami for wherever it feels. I currently have a degree in psychology, and I enjoy helping people.
I migrated recently to Florida because of insecurity and political issue.
I fell into software engineering as something I would love to pursue.
I feel like there is a void that that I still have. There's something tugging at me because I feel like I have not challenged myself to reach my full potential.
Here in US, my degree is not accepted. I need to work for my family duties.
Winning this scholarship is a great opportunity for me to finally, pursue that career in software engineering. And, I would love to, give back to those who were in my position where they were completely lost and didn't really have any guidance.
My goal is to be a vessel to other people, other underrepresented communities.
Without money and resources, I can't afford to go to Boca Code.
And being a finalist is an amazing opportunity. I would never have thought I would have been even considered.
This field, I will be good at it. And I have an opportunity to make an impact on my community and the world.
If I won this scholarship, I will share my knowledge with other Black women, immigrants, who share my faith.
I would love to, have the opportunity at the end of the day to showcase those who believe in me, and then, help others who also, would be in the same position that I am.
Because I know my contribution will make a lifelong impact on the world.
Thanks so much for joining us here for this interview today. And you know what? Making it to the finals for this is an accomplishment in and of itself. And I think it really talks about the kind of person you are. And, reading your essay, I was very, very impressed. Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
In 5 years, I will be that software engineer who will help immigrants to achieve their dreams.
5 years, I would love to see myself, slowly opening my organization, have it on the ground, running. I just want to see myself helping others, just like others help me. I just want to give back to those who gave to me.
I see myself hopefully excelling in the field of software engineering, and I don't know exactly what my niche will be. So I know that I'm going to be excelling. I don't know exactly what it'll look like right now, but you guys will be proud.
Why do you want to be a software engineer? What's gonna make you stick through this at the end of the day?
I love it. I can do it. I will do it. Why I will do it? Because I love it.
It's just a great field to get into. The technology portion of it is just something I've always been interested in. As a kid, I've always been interested in computers, phones, gadgets.
I always felt a need or a pull toward doing something for someone else. In the field of engineering, allows me to continue to do that, because whether it is in a medical field, the automotive field, just the world of entrepreneurship, there's just so many different ways that I can continue doing good and making an impact.
One of the things that's something that's very near and dear to my heart is, equity, parity, gender diversity, and just diversity and parity on all levels, equality. And I wonder how do you envision going about doing that?
Like I did with my old career, I lift women to accounting in my country. I motivate them, I assist them, and help them to achieve, like I said, to achieve their dream, to be excellent in this field.
I would love to open an organization that can, give back to those and help guide them with the opportunities that I'd had from this experience.
What drives you to do software engineering and not go back to something that you've already known and you've obviously been very successful at?
I would say now everything is technology. So why should I say in accounting? If the world is moving and everything now is tech. I have two brothers. One died in 2007. He was a senior software engineer. My youngest brother is a software engineer. Why not me? It's because I'm woman? No. I want it, I will do it.
At the moment right now, I work inventory for a home installation company. It's a pretty okay job, but it's not what I feel that I was meant to do.
The knowledge I have, I can pass on to other people. I know some of the challenges that our communities face. So with my knowledge and my mentorship, whether it's mentoring one person or just a group of people, exposing them to this field and to just other fields that exist where there's more to life than just what is in front of us. And I believe that I can be a bridge in that gap.
How do you feel like the scholarship is gonna do to you? Like, why is it important for you to win this?
I will share my knowledge with people, with women or immigrants, and use my knowledge to help them.
This scholarship is giving me that opportunity to show the world that, I can do great things.
So this scholarship would definitely assist me in changing the trajectory of my life and hopefully where I can continue this same legacy in helping other people as well.
Your essay was amazing. Your answers here today were amazing. You really do represent what engineering the change is all about. Thanks for coming in today, and we can't wait to announce our winners soon.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi, everybody. Mike Rothman here, General Manager, Techstrong Research, with another Techstrong TV interview. I am really excited today to be joined by Dev Nag. He is founder and CEO of Control Stack. They are recently introducing their company to the world, coming out of stealth. My goodness, stealth for so long. It's hard, right? Because you start a company and you want to tell everybody how exciting it is and what cool stuff you're up to, but you're in stealth, so you're not allowed to do that unless you're a customer. Then they're happy to tell you about it also. Dev, welcome to the show, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. Thank you for having me.
You bet. So why don't we don't make any assumptions. Anybody knows who you are. I mean, I know you have a long history in kind of development and DevOps and a lot of stuff. So give us a little sense of who you are, where you've been, and kind of a little bit about what you're planning to do with Control Stack, and then we can kind of dig into it a little bit.
Yeah, so I was a pretty early software engineer back at PayPal, 20 years ago. I was at Google 15 years ago with the SRE kind of movement starting there. Was at eBay, at VMware, working with enterprise companies. And then I started Wavefront back in 2013, which was kind of one of the first really kind of cloud native observability vendors. We had some great customers like Lyft and Snowflake and Box and Groupon, Okta, Workday, and so forth. But I saw a pattern towards the end of Wavefront before we got acquired by VMware, which is the same kind of gaps in the workflow that we had to kind of fill in with human effort. And we've seen that across the industry. We've seen a lot of stats that show that the kind of traditional observability stack of Melt, metrics and events and logs and traces have not actually solved the problem that DevOps kind of set out to solve, which is delivering more customer value faster and easier and cheaper. And so, looking at the data forward, like we did at Wavefront, kind of only goes so far. What we do at Control Stack is look at the entire process backwards and work backwards to the data you need and all the other stuff too, all the ways to automate the process of investigation and deployment and understand what's actually happening inside your system from cause all the way to effect.
So the general problem is that DevOps, right? And folks, and it's one of the things that we're talking about, right now as we're doing our themes for 2023, and they'll show up in our trends, and they'll show up at the Predict conference that we're doing in early January. But our theme there is really long with DevOps, right? And that's because everybody's talked about DevOps, everybody's, and then the last year it kind of felt like there were other things. People were talking about other things. And in my experience, right, 30 plus years doing technology stuff, it's when folks stop talking about it is when folks actually start doing it. Right. And when it's not, kind of all hyped up and everything like that, that's really when we start to see, kind of the knee in the real adoption curve there. So we're expecting, kind of some pretty significant and continued adoption for DevOps. But the point that you're making and the problem that Control Stack is there to solve is that we only have partial visibility. And even when we talk about observability, right, and traces and metrics and a lot of other stuff, there's still a piece of it that's missing relative to how long our developers are spending trying to isolate root cause, right, trying to understand, kind of where the issues are. And that's costing us a bunch of money. I know you guys did a study and you relied on some other, folk studies too, to really quantify how much that's costing developers and what kind of productivity hits that are. Can you share some of those numbers that you have?
Yeah. So what we saw, what you understand from the surveys is that the more DevOps techniques you actually adopt, the higher the per capita tax on your team. So what we saw is folks who we're not doing DevOps at all. We're very early in the curve, kind of just starting out, very traditional enterprises, had a certain cost per developer, right? Of helping with production, so forth. But as they started to do microservices or Kubernetes or do continuous deployment, right? Those folks had an increasing tax on each developer. And at the high end, for the folks deploying at least once a day, we saw that, about 72% of them said at least half their engineering time is spent doing troubleshooting or debugging. You're hiring engineers, they're costing a ton of money. They're some of the hardest folks to get in the world. And then you bring them in and the very first day they're chopped in half, right? Productivity wise. And they're spending all this time working on kind of maintaining the past as opposed to building the future. And that's obviously a very unfortunate kind of outcome, but also the fact that it's increasing over time as you adopt more DevOps is a bad sign. We're going to hit a wall here, right? You can't have 100% tax. You have no time for feature velocity here. So we have to fix this problem.
Can't make that up on volume, right?
Exactly.
It's one of those things you can't make that up on.
The math just doesn't work there, right? So we have to actually solve this problem. Right now, it's very intractable. It'll become impossible very soon. So what we're seeing is the demands on these ops teams is actually rising at, it comes in machine scale. It's kind of exponential, going as fast as application complexities, but the supply, the resources of people and traditional observability cannot keep up, right? The gap is getting bigger. And so you see this tax as you get kind of more and more agile and dynamic and complex applications.
That's right. And to be honest with you, Dev, right, it's a little counterintuitive. Right, because we've been told by everybody that, DevOps, it helps you move faster. It throws a whole bunch of automation into the process. It reduces and removes some of the silos that we've had between a lot of these different teams right there. And then that's kind of the story, right? That's the DevOps story, maybe the mythology on that. But what we're saying here is that it actually, again, depending on how you structure and really kind of the visibility that you have within all aspects of your pipeline, it's not exactly that, right? You get to a point where there are enough built-in inefficiencies that this tax really does start to both slow down the process, gum up the works, right? Wrench in the wheelhouse, whatever metaphor you want to use. But it's one of these things that, again, they don't tell you in DevOps school, right? They don't, say, oh, embrace all these things and do your Jenkins or your GitLab or your, kind of GitHub, type of thing. And all this stuff goes away and it's kumbaya, everybody by the fireside, right? But again, in reality, kind of there are kind of impediments, right? There are, kind of headwinds that you have to deal with. And what Control Stack's trying to do is take a little bit of a different perspective on that data collection, a little bit different perspective on the analysis that really does isolate, right, what the core issues are in the pipeline and really help you streamline that process. Did I get that kind of right? Or
absolutely.
Close on that?
I think you're totally right. I think DevOps, the aspirations are great. We still have the same aspirations as we did 5-10 years ago when the term kind of got bigger, but we haven't lived up to it yet. There's a lot of gaps in the process, and the data hasn't helped as much as it should have, right? So we kind of focus on data. I did this myself at Wavefront. I was a founder CTO of a very large observability company. But we focus on the data with blinders on. We didn't look at the process that it kind of fit into. If you look at an actual DevOps engineer, they have a whole sequence of events and tools and workflows that they go through. They're looking at data for sure. They're looking at all the melt stuff, metrics, events, logs, and traces, but they're also taking actions. They're doing Terraform and going to the AWS console and doing SSH, and they're socializing. They're taking their knowledge and they're kind of sharing with other people. What are you seeing? What am I seeing? What are you doing next? Coordinating, make sure they're not stopping and talking to each other. And so the whole workflow is actually much more complex than just the data alone. That's the windshield, but they actually are driving a car every day, right? So you have to look at the whole car, the whole workflow, the whole process, and work backwards. And I think that's what's missing. That's why I think the aspirations have not been lived up to, is because we're not seeing the whole process and optimizing across the whole thing. And some things in DevOps, if you do a little bit of it, it actually is much harder, much worse than doing none of it or doing all of it, right? And so that's, I think, the lesson that we've learned the last few years.
Yeah, purgatory, right? DevOps exactly, purgatory. Yeah. Maybe we'll build a campaign around that from that. So let's get into it a little bit, right? So how do you onboard into Control Stack? Where do you get the telemetry from? Again, kind of how does it really work at, kind of that tangible level that folks can get a little bit of a better sense for what you're doing that's different?
Yeah. So, one thing that we saw, during Wavefront that we saw, I think the last 10 years is that as new kind of data types came along, people would kind of proclaim this is the new data type that eats everything, right? Like metrics will eat everything. No, structured events will eat everything. No, trace will eat everything. And actually, we found out that wasn't true. We need all that data. We need all those different data types. There's no one size fits all as far as it goes with data. They all have different pros and cons. So we don't actually replace metrics and events and logs trace. Those are great. They're necessary, but they're not sufficient, right? We need more than that. And so what we do are two things. So we looked at how people actually run applications, how they actually troubleshoot and debug. This huge tax is troubleshooting, debugging. What do people actually do there? And they do two things that are really interesting. So one thing they do is they look at the when, right? When something happens, they look at what just happened before that, right? What were changes that were made? They scour Slack chat messages. They look at logs. They look at other people's change systems. They look at ticketing systems. They try to say what could have been the different input that caused a different output, right? So that's kind of the when side of things, just kind of what happened nearby in time. The other part they look at is the where, right? If you see a symptom, what happened nearby, what other components upstream or downstream, just a couple hops away, might have had similar symptoms that could be the root cause. So if you see a weird, drop in transaction rates, maybe you go a hop over to another microservice and down to another service and down to maybe a third party service or to a data storage. And you're oh, I see the cache is actually having problems, much more misses than usual. The traffic data shape changed, right? So you're actually traversing almost a graph in your mind, right? To say here's what I think it could be. Let's look at one hop to kind of find in this localized area, what's happening. That's the where of things. And if you think about the when and the where, observability doesn't actually capture either of those things. They don't capture all the changes happening. That's some other system. Those aren't usually typically stored as metrics or events or logs in the typical op stack. And when it comes to the where, they don't make graphs outside of traces at all, right? The traces are great for request traffic, but almost all dependencies are actually outside of that, right? So most things if you have a process running container, that's not a request relationship. It's actually a different type of relationship. And so we have to store that in a different way. And so what we do at Control Stack is actually we reflect the when and the where in data, on top of the melt data itself, and say, here's how we tie the data together, right? So you have a metric here, an event here, and a log here. How do they connect together? What's that traversal you're doing in your mental model? And how do we put it there in the software itself? Because once you have it in software, in the data itself, you could actually write code to traverse the graph for you, right? You don't have to have someone who's an expert understanding how the system fits together. You can actually have code walk the graph for you and find the root cause much faster.
So we're not sitting here, you're not trying to replace Datadog or Dynatrace,
exactly,
right? Or
Wavefront. Yeah,
you kind of have or Wavefront, right? And you layer on top of that, really, asking a different kind of question and doing different kind of analytics using graph analysis to be able to isolate root cause much faster.
Exactly. There's a whole multi-decade long kind of history of graph algorithms that are fantastic for this kind of root cause troubleshooting and analysis. And it hasn't really brought to bear. So there was an idea for a while called dependency mapping, but they were really independent. They were kind of siloed off and they were often manually created. There were diagrams of this component affects this component, but they were hard to keep up to date, hard to create, hard to attach to data. So what we do is once you integrate the control stack, it takes 5 minutes, you integrate AWS and GitLab and, have agents for Kubernetes. We actually construct that graph every few seconds, in entirety. So we bring together all the processes, services, AWS, kind of third-party services into a giant graph. We tie together events, all the things that you're doing to change your application and your system. When a feature flag is changed or when code is deployed, those are events that have a when and a where. We tie them to the graph. And so something weird happens, a metric symptom, a spike or a change in baseline, we can actually walk the graph backwards and say, here's the most likely root causes, because we can see it's nearby in time or nearby in space, right? The when and the where.
Isolate when it happened and then look at all the other activities that happen right around that time.
Exactly. And all we're doing is mimicking what people already do. What we've done for decades, just what happened nearby in time and nearby in space. We just haven't had the data to do that automatically in code. And now we actually do.
So speaking of which, how quickly does it take to, kind of instrument it so that, you're feeding data to Control Stack so you can do some of this?
Yeah. So once you get, AWS and, your pipeline for GitLab or GitHub, and you have the host agents or Kubernetes agents, that takes about 5 minutes. Within 30 seconds, you can see those first snapshots coming out of the graph. And you can watch changes flowing through the system and see exactly what they do. So we actually have two flows here. We have one flow, which is the effect back to the cause, right? You have a weird effect, a weird symptom, what caused that? I smell smoke. Where's the fire? We'll show you the fire and we'll show you where the first match was, right? But the other side is cause to effect, right? You make a change. You're checking in code, you're deploying an image or whatever it is, or you're changing a feature flag. What happened next, right? We can show you from that change, what happened throughout the system. Like what did it touch? What did it do as far as metrics? What were the impacted metrics? And show you how the topology itself changed over time, where we can play back that whole movie and see exactly like how maybe connections were broken or were created.
Now, do you see in some of your early kind of customer environments, or folks doing it in prod? Are they doing it mostly in dev and test to get a sense of, hey, what are these impacts when I do make this change? Is a little bit of both, right? So what tends to be the use case that drives folks to first start adopting?
There's a really interesting divide. So there's like two different place ops you can go. So staging, production. So staging actually benefits the most from Git commits, right? So you check in code, it gets out to staging right away, right? What happened there for QA folks? They can see right away, here's a weird change in the staging system. I can track it back to a commit or a small set of commits very, very quickly and see what the problem there was. Now on production, most people still don't do continuous deployment. They're really batching up deployments maybe every couple of days or every couple of weeks. That doesn't that's still kind of, I'd say the typical practice in the industry. For those folks, they don't care about the per commit stuff so much. They care about the deployments a lot, right? When an image gets deployed from ECR into your services, what happened next, right? A feature flag gets switched. What happened next, right? All these and Kubernetes events, scaling pods up and down. Those are the things that really touch production. So tracking what happened after that and going backwards and forth between cause and effect is the key value proposition there.
Yep. Good. Well, listen, Dev, thanks. So what you're saying, you have a couple of customers now you're launching with when you do that? So some folks saying good stuff about you?
Yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of data about that and some really fun other directions we're kind of exploring here as well. So we had this kind of very strong team of folks who were ex-Wavefront who came in who've been doing observability for a decade from both sides of it. We also brought in a team that did machine learning at VMware. So we started this kind of really flagship machine learning product at VMware called vRealize AI Cloud, which really optimized just one small part of the VMware stack of vSAN, the storage array virtualization. But the approach was so general, we got dozens of patents for that technology. It can be applied to much, much more. And we actually had a bunch of breakthroughs after I left VMware now that you see across all of Twitter, right? So you see, GPT-3 and Stable Diffusion, these kinds of generative AI approaches. They're able to take very high level, natural language intent and create amazingly complex artifacts, right? They create long text paragraphs, or they can create images or create videos in some cases. That same approach, can be applied very, very easily to DevOps as well. And so we have a whole team working on those approaches as well.
That's cool. All right, Dev, how do people find you guys out to learn more about the company and the technology and obviously to, start playing around with?
So they can go to controlstack.com. That's CTRL. STACK, not control stack spelled out, but CTRLstack.com.
CTRL, get that? CTRL.
That's right. Just like the key, right? Control stack. Or they can email us at try@controlstack.com.
That's fantastic. Well, Dev, congratulations. I know starting a company and getting to the point where you kind of take the wraps off and come out of stealth is a huge milestone. So congratulations on that. We're actually doing a webcast together. That'll be on December 5th, I believe. So sign up for that. We'll really dig into this as well as some, data that we generated from a poll that we did on DevOps.com. So I'm excited for that. But yeah, thanks for showing up on Techstrong TV. We're really excited for what Control Stack is doing and look forward to hearing from you quite a bit in the future.
Thank you, Mike.
And with that, we will send it back to the studio.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Techstrong. Thank you for joining us. My name is Rebecca August. I'm your host. And today I have an amazing gift for you guys. This startup is taking home monitoring to the next level by helping us evolve from just watching crime happen to now being able to actually identify the criminals by utilizing their latest technology. I'd like to welcome Ubioti's CEO, Keith Puckett, and CTO, Mick Cox. Hey, guys, how are you?
Doing great. Thank you, Rebecca.
No, great. Thank you for joining us and being on our show. Before we jump into Ubioti, can you please tell us about yourselves?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to go first. Keith Puckett. I am co-founder and CEO of Ubioti. Prior to Ubioti, you could probably chop my career in two. I spent the first half of my career on Wall Street doing large cap mergers and acquisitions for defense contractors. So think like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Honeywell. I had a fantastic career at Bear Stearns, and then transitioned into being a serial entrepreneur. Ubiety is the fourth business that I founded. I do always say better to be lucky than good. I sold 2 of the previous 3. And I'm extraordinarily grateful for the opportunity of what we're building here at Ubiety, and to share that more with you and your audience today.
Wonderful. All right, Mick.
Awesome. Thanks, Rebecca. My name is Mick Cox. I'm the Chief Technology Officer here at Ubiety. Prior to Ubiety, I was over at NASA at their Jet Propulsion Laboratory down in Pasadena, where I led their Internet of Things team. So that team was really interesting because it sat under their Chief Technology and Innovation Officer. And the charter of that whole team was to identify technologies at a really high level that were going to be highly impactful over the next 5 to 10 years, build prototypes with those technologies, and then bring them into lab and show them to the scientists and the engineers that are putting rovers on Mars, right? So once you figure out how to land something on Mars, you tend to not change it. But we were coming in from the side saying, hey, wait a minute, there's this thing called cloud computing that you should really take a look at. There's this thing called IoT that's going to be big. Like, you should take a look at these things. And so really, really got to play with a lot of the latest and greatest technologies there. It was a fantastic time. JPL also sits on the customer advisory board for Amazon Web Services. And so for that reason, as part of that relationship, a lot of the times that AWS was coming out with new services, they would actually bring those to me and my team for us to cut our teeth on and for us to play with those services first, tell them what we liked about them, tell them what we didn't. As a sort of government customer, we had some really interesting sort of data privacy perspectives to share on those services. And so we got to kind of help shape some of those services that are now public offerings. Again, I was highly, highly fortunate to be a part of that relationship. I did spend some time on stage with VPs at Amazon, kind of announcing some of those new services. I really had my dream gig as a technologist. I got to play with the new technologies. I got to build stuff all over the spectrum. And I got to work with some of the smartest people on the planet. But when I met Keith and I learned about what Ubiety was doing, I realized there's something really, really important here. And I have to be a part of the tech team that solves that problem. So fast forward 3 or 4 years, I'm here now, kind of driving the technology and trying to get all the other smart people that are smarter than I am, all marching towards building this really cool thing that we're working on together.
No, that's phenomenal. And I have to say, as being able to be part of the beta testing, I have to say this is a very insightful platform. I've loved just kind of digging into the app on my phone and being able to see what's happening at home when I'm not there. But before we dive into it, I don't want to give any of it away. Let's talk about Ubiety. Can you tell us a little bit about how this all began?
Yeah, Rebecca. So, the origin story actually stems from the experience that you're having in the beta program. I'll just say quickly that, as a founder, I'm never the smartest guy in the room, but I really always like to be part of building technology that I can relate to the problem we're trying to solve. And so Ubiety is no different. I founded the company based on a personal need. So several years ago, I lived all my adult life in New York City and Chicago in high rises with doormen. And honestly, Rebecca, I didn't ever think about home security. When you have a doorman, you're thinking there's this feeling of safety. But when I moved into my first single family home in the city of Chicago, it was a safe neighborhood, but I had this visceral reaction realizing my front door was steps away from busy city sidewalk. I traveled quite a bit for work. I had 3 small children at the time. I have 5 now. And when you're traveling, the idea of making sure your family is safe and feel safe is just utmost importance. And so for that home, I went out to one of the big security companies, and I was a great customer because I bought everything they had: indoor, outdoor cameras, motion sensors, glass breaks, mobile apps, video feeds. I thought dad of the year, I bought everything that they sold me. And in that exchange, it was oh, I feel like I bought a sense of security. So that was awesome. But fast forward several months later, I was in New York traveling for business. I was late at night. I was in a hotel and I got my first call from that security company that said something to the effect of like, Mr. Puckett, there's an active alarm at your home right now. And in that moment, I'm like, are my children safe? Are there intruders there? Are they in danger? Like, it's like fear and stress overcomes you. And the very next question the woman on the phone asked me is what inspired Ubiety and our product HomeAware. She said, should we dispatch the police? And I was like, well, I thought that was your role here. Like, I don't know what's going on. I'm traveling. I'm in New York. My home's in Chicago. I don't know what's happening in my home. And so when I realized that the system was designed to give me like these binary blind alerts, like door open or closed. It's like, when you call me, telling me my door's open, it's like, did the children trip the alarm letting a dog out? Or, are there 3 men in my home with masks and guns going to kill my family? Like, we're going to treat that exactly the same. That didn't feel right. And so what we set out to build was a sensor array and data analytics platform that collects the digital identity of people based on the devices they're carrying. What I was looking for in that moment, and I've come to learn most people are looking for in those moments, is situational awareness. Tell me something that I should know to inform, should we be really high alert and prioritize, or is this just like an everyday tripping of an alarm? And so when we built this platform, we found that like the context that happens coming off of devices like cell phones and watches and AirPods and other things emitting radio frequency is really informative. And so, I will turn it to Mick to talk about how we do that. He does a much more elegant job, and he's actually the smart one in the room. So what we've built here is exciting, and we're really interested to continue to see the feedback coming like yours from folks who are like, wow, knowing what's happening in my home is a really valuable data set that helps me feel that my family is safe and secure. And that's ultimately what everyone's seeking when they go buy and deploy home security systems.
No, that's fascinating. That's quite an origin story, because that was the first thing that came to mind was, how did this come about? Like I said, when I'm in the app and being able to see the information that I'm seeing on my end, I'm like, wow, it's very telling. And that's why I'm like, okay, I have so many more questions to ask, but I'm pretty sure Mick will go into and explain a little bit more about that. So Mick, can you tell us more about the technology behind Ubiety?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to. It really started because there has been an absolute explosion in the number of wireless connected devices over the last decade plus. And all the trends that we're seeing are indicating that is going to continue at an exponential rate. So the number of devices that are emitting RF is vast, and it's only increasing. And because of that, there is an amazing amount of context about what is happening in a space based on the wireless devices that are in that space, right? If I'm sitting here, my laptop's open, my AirPods are here, my phone's in my pocket, all of those things are emitting wirelessly. And so what we've done, as Keith mentioned, what we've done is we've built a system that can detect if there are RF emitting devices in a space. So phones, tablets, smartwatches, AirPods, right? Anything that emits RF across Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, cellular, or other protocols as well. We'll talk about those details. But in some cases, we can tell you what those devices actually are, and even things like who owns them, right? And so we do that in 2 different ways. The first way that I want to talk about is that we've built these device detection algorithms that can be deployed as software that utilize the hardware that is already on a partner's device, right? So if I have let's say a security panel in a home, what Ubiety has done is we have built software that can be deployed onto that security panel, and it's already connected to the home's Wi-Fi network, so it can use information about what's on the Wi-Fi network, as an example. If it also has a Wi-Fi or a Bluetooth radio, we can also use those radios to listen for nearby devices that aren't necessarily on the Wi-Fi network, right? And our our device detection algorithms can be deployed on any device that is connected to that home's Wi-Fi network. They don't have to actually be the router themselves. So we're really excited and really proud of what we've built from a technical perspective there. The second way that we do this detection is something else that we've actually been spending a lot of time on in our lab, which is we've basically invented a reference design for a sensor that you can build based on software-defined radios. And what a software-defined radio does is it really gives you a lot of context about what's happening across the RF spectrum. So Wi-Fi and Bluetooth are limited in their frequency, right? There's only a certain spot of the spectrum, but a software-defined radio can kind of look across the entire spectrum, and it can move to different places in the spectrum to really zone in and understand what's happening. And so what we do with our software-defined radios, as an example, on this design, is we can look specifically at cellular frequencies, and we can actually understand, hey, is there an AT&T device in this house? Is there a Verizon device in this house? And in some cases, we can actually extract metadata about that device itself. And in some cases, right, this idea of a subscriber identity as well. And that's done in obviously a way that that relies very, very heavily on these software-defined radios as well. So those two different ways, a lot of the partners that we talk to are interested in both of them, but there are some interesting ways for us to deploy, even on existing panels, as well as kind of using this new revolutionary sensor that we have designed as well.
Wow, that is very fascinating. And how long did it take to build this?
We've in earnest been working on this since 2017. We're about to enter 2023. So we've been in the lab on this for 3 or 4 years, really heads down. As I mentioned previously, the team that we've attracted behind this is one of the most capable technical teams I've ever been a part of. Some of my colleagues at NASA joined us early on, kind of architected our system. We've had some folks that were previously, in the advanced analytics group at Bain and Company that have brought over and come over, with some of their data science expertise. The data set you can imagine that we're generating from these devices is very, very large. And interestingly, on the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth side, it's not that difficult to collect the data that we're collecting. What is really difficult is making sense out of it, right? And Rebecca, when you talked about what we show in the app, that is actually a really hard problem because the amount of data that is being emitted from these RF devices is really, really vast. And so we've actually had a really, really interesting influx of talent to help build our artificial intelligence engines behind the scenes to make all of that, crazy wall of RF noise that's coming out really understandable to a homeowner, like you mentioned.
Wow. So now with this amazing technology and with also criminals becoming, more organized and whatnot, let's say Ubiety becomes, very mainstream. Everybody has it. Obviously, criminal organizations will need to evolve as well. So what if they go into the process of using burner phones, as we see in several movies, right? Then what happens?
Yeah, so this is one of my favorite topics, actually. And this was something that I learned a lot about when I joined Ubiety. It's Keith and a handful of other folks in our companies have spent a lot of time with law enforcement doing ride-alongs and seeing what law enforcement really is on a day-to-day basis. And the reality is, when it comes to home invasions, people are not like you see in the movies. These are opportunistic crimes that are not well thought through, and generally it's kind of smash and grab. People are not thinking through the crimes that they're about to commit. And so even if we can cover 80 or 90% of those crimes, we're still taking a huge dent out of those crimes happening. So that's number one. But number two, the fact is we still detect burner phones anyways, right? So if you go to Walmart or something and buy one of these burner phones, it's still riding on that same cellular network as most of the other phones are, even if it's sort of a budget version. There's really only a couple of big cellular networks out there, and we're going to be detecting that traffic. And by picking up that burner phone, many of those burner phones do still leave some sort of a paper trail that is still useful breadcrumbs for law enforcement to go actually prosecute. And so beyond that, and most importantly for me on this topic, is that when you compare this technology to something like cameras, which is what the industry relies on today, if you think about it, cameras actually do almost nothing to deter the crime in the first place. Cameras are really easy to defeat. You put on a mask or you're wearing a mask, right? We've seen this pretty constantly recently. Cameras do very little to actually deter those crimes in the first place. And actually, some studies have actually indicated that they actually increase the amount of crime that happens in an area, because when a burglar sees a security system with cameras, they're like, ooh, they must be protecting something valuable, right? I should hit that house. And so there's this question about if they actually deter anything. Now, with our technology, if it becomes mainstream, if people understand that this is going on, if our technology actually forces criminals to leave all of their devices at home, that starts limiting their ability to actually do these crimes in the first place, right? And so if you think about the devices that people are carrying, they can no longer carry a smartphone, which most burglaries and home invasions are committed by multiple people that are calling each other. There's a lookout and somebody who's grabbing all the stuff. If we cut that link, it becomes harder to do the crime in the first place. You're driving a vehicle, which is emitting all sorts of RF information, right? So you can no longer do that. And you start to see some of these barriers pop up where if this becomes mainstream and people have to leave those devices at home, we're actually making it more difficult to commit those crimes in the first place.
Wow, I didn't even think it that far, but that makes a lot of sense. And vehicles as well. So, which I'll tell you a quick story that leads to my next question. So I was away and one of my neighbors was actually just purchased an electric vehicle. They were getting the charger installed in their homes. And on the app, it showed that, this new device was in the area. It also showed where they came from. So I was able to tell that, the company that actually the factory where the vehicle came from. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this is like giving a lot of information. So then, which leads to my next question. With a technology like this, aren't people concerned about privacy?
Yeah, it's first of all, it's a great question, Rebecca, and we get this often. When I founded the company, before I hired any engineers, I knew privacy and being on the right side of privacy laws would be a big part of our journey. So before I hired any engineers, I actually hired general counsel out of the Department of Justice. She was assistant U.S. attorney for the Northern District of Illinois for the DOJ, and she spent 12 years prosecuting crimes based on what technology and what evidence is allowable and prosecutable. And so she really set a framework for us, not only to understand what is legal, which what we are doing is 100% legal, but how do we use engineering and our capabilities to continue down a path that maintains privacy? Because Mick sort of pointed out earlier, and we don't believe in disparaging other tools that we compete against, but like a camera that's facing outside and also recording voice is actually a very intrusive tool to potentially neighbors or potentially people on sidewalks, right? Like anytime there's motion, it's recording sound and voice. We believe that our tool is anonymized in a sense like, if you are in a place you shouldn't be, aka a burglary of my home, like you don't have a right to privacy when you're burglarizing my home. And us being able to generate prosecutable metadata and evidence for law enforcement has been really well received, because it's like we're doing this inside a home. And people that are coming into the home that shouldn't be there shouldn't have the expectation of privacy. And so, I think in today's environment, we want to be mindful of what is valuable as a service and not an overreach. And so generally the reaction from homeowners has been, I really like sort of what you said. I really like the service that's being provided to me by knowing what's happening in and on my property. The work that we've done on the legal side is in my view second to none. And I think at this point we really want to be taking all points of view to make sure that the perception of privacy is something that we're aware of as well.
Wow.
And I and to add to that as well, from the technical perspective, you can imagine what we could do with the technology like this would be pretty substantial. What we have actually done is definitely a subset of that. So when I joined the company, our general counsel had already put together a comprehensive review of not only federal laws around this, but also every individual 50 state law, which are all slightly different. So they had done the comprehensive review there. And we also had a bunch of interesting case law that she had gone through as well. So we actually had a really interesting corpus of information to study from and say, hey, Mick, I know you could go do this thing. Really, that's going to have problems in these 8 states. And so let's kind of do this instead. And so we've been going back and forth. Everything that we have in the demo house and the R&D lab did not wind up in the product for those exact reasons. The second thing that I always like to share here is that I actually am involved in this technology because I care about protecting privacy. The industry today, as Keith mentioned, really heavily relies on video cameras as a tool to understand what's happening in a security sense. But cameras, as Keith mentioned, can be a really intrusive tool for solving that problem, especially in certain environments, right? If you think about wanting to know who's coming and going from your home, I personally am not going to install cameras inside my own home to answer that question. That is way too intrusive for me. And maybe other people feel that same way, right? So what we have thought is that the technology that we've built is actually really objective, which also means that it's colorblind and has a number of other really interesting benefits here too. What we're collecting is not the data that you're actually sending. It's not the text messages. We can't see the websites that you're visiting. Like we're not interested in any of that information anyways. What we detect is metadata about the device itself, which is just a bunch of ones and zeros, right? So once a crime occurs, what happens then is that law enforcement can take those ones and zeros and hand them to a cellular carrier, and now they can actually figure out who owned that mobile device. In the interim, I, as a homeowner, can't sit there and say, okay, well, this person, I'm going to go hunt them, like all of these things. That's just not possible with the technology that we're building. And so at this point now, we're no longer relying on sort of the fuzzy camera feeds or any of the other things that are going on there, or relying on things like potentially inaccurate, potentially subjective leads from eyewitnesses, even if you had any eyewitnesses, right? So this technology is I think, a big step forwards in privacy.
Wow. And I think it's really important that you mentioned that, it's not the text messages that you guys are able to see. It's not, all the sites that they're watching. It's literally just, zeros and ones and so forth. Because I could see why some people would find that as like a huge concern. So what are some use cases and success stories around Ubiety and how it's been improving residential home security?
So I can start with these, or with some of these, and then I'll hand things over to Keith, who can talk about our partnerships and how we've implemented these. But really what we set out to build was a system, I'll start with HomeAware because you asked about residential. Ubiety as a company, our first product is called HomeAware, which is the residential security product. And really what HomeAware does is tells you, hey, did my kids get home safely at the end of the day after school? It's not just there's motion at the front door. It's Timmy got home safely at 3:35 p.m., right? And having that notification and that green check mark is great. Understand if your housekeeper shows up on time and leaves on time. Understand if the babysitter got there when they were supposed to and stayed the entire time and didn't invite some sort of their friends over that they weren't supposed to have over, right? Understanding if those things are going on. Know if your teenager is at home, supposed to be home alone, but suddenly there are 35 iPhones that show up at the house. Now we got to have a conversation about throwing parties when we're not there, right? And so all of those things are really interesting use cases that we've started with on the residential side. But really what that led into from the security perspective was when an alert happens or when an alarm goes off, that also allows you to get much, much better context about who is home during that alarm. And you can make a much more intelligent decision about how to respond to that alarm once you have that context.
No, that makes sense. Yeah. And I could see, and for myself, I'm able to see as soon as my son walks in the door, get that message. And I see when the other 6 kids walk in the door, and I know that, okay, all the boys are there. I can always call them and say, okay, there's food in the fridge. Go ahead and eat what you want, whatnot. And that's what I love about it. Were you going to say something, Keith?
Yeah, I was just going to say, first of all, Mick, thank you. Those are fantastic use cases. Like the way it's being deployed is, you never know how technology benefits an industry until you work with what I'll call industry leaders. We have been so blessed to be able to attract some fantastic partners. Our first commercial partner is a company called Rapid Response Monitoring. Rapid Response is the leading independent monitoring company that supports, it's publicly known, they do back-end monitoring for Ring, and they do a bunch of other things for, I think, thousands of other dealers, security dealers around the country. What we built with them is an integration to allow our data to help them prioritize and dynamically create workflow to understand how to reach someone in the event of an alarm, right? Like, remember my first example, like what the origin story is? I was in New York and the company called me to decide what we should do. Like, if Home Aware were deployed with Rapid, they would know, oh, my wife's home, only call her. Or Keith and his wife aren't home, but the nanny who's known there is home with the children, and there's a burglary alarm going off. Call the nanny to decide what to do. Or there's a fire alarm. We need to let the people know who's on premise to get out of the home. Or a CO2, a carbon monoxide alert, right? Like, these are they're in the business of life-saving activities. And what we're doing is creating a data set that allows them to dynamically know who's in the home when those alarms or when those alerts are being triggered. It's been a game changer. And I just want to say, like, big shout out to the folks at Rapid. We have learned so much about the value of creating situational awareness and context in these alarms. Like, I won't belabor this yet. I think we'll talk about it in a little bit, but like, the false alarm problem in the industry is dramatic. Like, 97% of the time a home alarm goes off in America, it's a false positive. So what that's done is created this like first responder bias, this idea that nothing is actually happening. So what's the priority of it? And so we're really grateful that Rapid has sort of taken what we've done on the technology side and enabling it out to, in the future, millions of homes. And then, on the other side, like, we're really spending time with commercial partners where Mick said, we built this software that can be deployed on any IoT device. We are working with partners who are in tens of millions of homes that they can enable these insights. And so I think 2023 is going to be a really exciting year for the way this comes to life in the market. But thank you for the question. Like, sometimes we pinch ourselves like, wow, we have so much to be grateful for because, and earlier I said better to be lucky than good. I think in this case, we're both. And so that's even better.
No, that's great. And one thing you brought up was in the situation of a fire, it's like being able to detect who is still in the home versus who is outside of the home is a huge factor. And you hear, unfortunately, on the news, several of those stories where there was somebody sleeping or somebody, and it's like, and I do understand having the software on my phone, you can see who's still in the home and who isn't.
Yeah. And, fundamentally, Rebecca, like, we want to improve the safety and security and lives of anyone who's using, there's all sorts of technology that folks can build, and Mick and the team that he's attracted, like, could be doing anything in the world, but like, we are on a mission, right? That mission is, there's a lot of purpose in it. And so when you have that, like, we really try to remain teachable and learn from people that know more than us. But like, at the end of the day, like, we have a mission to help that family that, a carbon monoxide alert is going off, a fire alarm's going off. Like, when a firehouse is on the way or a fire truck's on the way to a home, imagine we could get the data to the fire or to law enforcement, like, this is who's in the home. This is who right? Like, then the prioritization changes. It's like, there's an event here and we know that there are people in danger. Like that dispels all that bias of like, false alarms and things like that. It's like we can validate something to be true. And so like really big credit goes to Mick and the team that drive towards that purpose on a daily basis. And it shows in how the product has not only grown, but has been received in the market by folks like you. So thank you.
No, and kudos to you guys for creating such an informative platform that allows homeowners to be able to, take control and give them more insights other than what's just on the camera. Mm-hmm. So my next question is, why is Ubiety such a transformative technology in the security industry now?
Yeah, I can take a first crack at that one. But the way that we have looked at this is interesting, because what we found in learning the security industry, right, is that the physical space is pretty well monitored, right? You understand if the windows are open and closed, or the doors are open and closed, or a PIR sensor is detecting motion, and you're kind of understanding what's happening in the physical space generally. But what we've realized is with this explosion of RF emitting devices, there is so much context over here in the digital space that is happening all around us that nobody has yet been able to tap into. And so where we've positioned ourselves is we've created a totally new data set over here with that physical or that RF context and with that digital context. And the number of use cases have been really surprising in a positive way to me based on that new data set, right? As a technologist, when you see a new data set that has never existed before enter into an industry, when that gets tapped into, so many times you see massive innovation and massive value follow that new data set, because it opens up a lot of new capabilities. And so we, as Keith mentioned, we are really fortunate to be in a place where we do think we're starting to tap into that new sort of untapped gold mine of information and context here. And where we really want to fit in is as an augment to all of those really awesome existing technologies that are already monitoring the physical space really well. Because when you have an understanding of what's happening in the physical space, my back door is open, my garage door is open, and you start linking that with what's happening in the digital space, Timmy is home, and there's an unknown Verizon device that I've never seen before in the house. Now you've got a really clear picture of what's going on there, right? And so largely, it's interesting to us because the security industry has been using, there is innovation happening there, don't get me wrong there, but there are many of the underlying tools that have been there for upwards of 100 years or more, figuring out if doors are open and closed, magnetic tripwires, these types of things. And so we really are excited to speak with the leaders in this industry that are ready and hungry for that new innovation. Because we think this really does allow a step change in our capabilities for that industry once you understand who is actually in that house.
Interesting. Now, my last question is, why is the launch of your technology so timely?
Yeah, I'll start. We talked about the false alarm problem. 97% of the time, it's a false positive. The security industry has largely benefited from a resource partnership that's a free resource partner with law enforcement, right? So anytime an alarm goes off, they call law enforcement goes. Well, law enforcement has, with, I'd say, like declining staffing levels, increase in calls for service, meaning sending law enforcement to homes and them being predominantly false positives. There's an organization called the Monitoring Association. Think of that as like the governing body where they institute policies that alarm companies adhere to. The Monitoring Association is rolling out new standards that will require the alarm companies to verify and confirm human presence on site. So just think about that for a second.
That's scary.
If you have to confirm a human is on site before you will dispatch law enforcement, how are you going to do that? Right? Like a window or a door, like those mechanisms don't get you there. And I think cameras will come a long way in this too, but for the time being, it's really expensive and it requires a human in the loop to interpret a video camera. And so we believe our technology is, fortuitous timing that it's being rolled out at a time when this new standard is coming online. That new standard is expected to go live in Q1 of 2023. And so we can determine and confirm human presence on site and give you, as an alarm company, the prioritization to be able to say to law enforcement, yes, there's a homeowner on site and the alarm's going off. They're in danger. Yes, there's devices that this home has never seen before, and we're detecting them. Devices are a proxy for humans. Like, devices don't just walk in your home without a human bringing them, right? And so when we can start to distill that down into actionable insights, we believe that our technology is going to perfectly time this new standard that's rolling out in 2023.
Wow.
Sorry to jump in. I think about this in a really specific way too, because we, in addition to our kind of office area where we work and working remotely, we also have a demo house in the suburbs of Chicago where we're headquartered. And that house has a security system on it. I'll tell you a story from that house. The system that was already installed, we didn't put it there, has tripped completely false alarms just because it got cold outside. And it's tripped so many times that when that system alarms, the police no longer respond. There are jurisdictions that say, if you cannot confirm human presence in a home, we are not going to respond to that alarm, right? So that I have to ask a question then in response to that is, would you buy a security system if you knew the police wouldn't come when it went off?
No.
I wouldn't.
Crazy.
As there's not a lot of help there. So we are really trying to be an additive technology that gets us past this hurdle of this large false alarm problem with actually providing a really strong signal as to what's going on in that home so that we can be more intelligent about how we're responding to these alarms.
Wow. Now, I wasn't aware about this new, I guess not a law, but requirement that's going to be passed. But with that said, if you're supposed to require that there's a physical body in the in the home, that's only going to cause chaos. I mean, there's so many things that could happen within a short period of time. No.
No, we agree. And that situational awareness has to be in real time. And so, thanks to the great work that Mick and team have done, we can enable that in real time, those insights. I mean, you see it when you're at your home, as things are happening. And so, it's a pretty elegant API call that gets made to our system that shows the data, flashes the data to the alarm or the monitoring company in real time. And they can say, yes, in fact, we can confirm someone's on site. As a business benefit, that makes them have a higher degree of efficacy for their service. We like to be like additive and problem solvers and part of a solution as opposed to harping on a problem. But this is a really new big standard that I'm not convinced others have invested the amount of kind of ingenuity that we have to be able to solve it. And if you're a security company that relies on people paying you monthly in the event you need it for law enforcement to come out, and they don't come out, like that is sort of an existential threat to how business is conducted. And so we're looking forward to partnering with some really terrific companies that are doing this today and allowing us to be part of the solution. Because, Mick said it earlier, alarm companies have been doing a lot of the same thing for a long time. They do provide a valuable service, and we can make that service have a really high degree of efficacy. And when you combine the two, it's a powerful combination. So just excited about the opportunity that we have, and grateful for the partners that have come to the table and see the value here.
No, absolutely. And it's been an absolute, I've loved every moment of just being able to jump in the app and see hours and times that people are home or kids are home. It's very insightful. And I'm excited to see what happens with Ubiety in 2023. So thank you guys again for taking the time to speak with me. Looking forward to it. And I'll continue to monitor my app and enjoy being part of the beta team.
Thank you so much for your time, Rebecca. We're grateful, and you've been wonderful to get to know. And we're looking forward to releasing some pretty cool things in 2023. So stay tuned.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. It's a pleasure.
See you later.
Thank you so much.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to another Techstrong TV interview. It is prediction season. I know it's hard to believe we're kind of wrapping up the year. It's prediction season, so I suspect we're going to have a lot of our interviews focused on where people think they want to be going over the next year or so. I'm pleased to be joined by Teresa Lanowitz, who is the head of security or cybersecurity evangelism for AT&T Business. That is quite a mouthful, but I think I got it kind of right. And we want to talk a little bit about what AT&T Business thinks is going to happen, from a security standpoint moving forward into 2023. So, Teresa, welcome to Techstrong TV. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and your role within AT&T Business? I think everybody kind of understands what AT&T Business is, but what you kind of do on a daily basis, and then we'll talk about some of the high level predictions that you guys think will happen in kind of the next year to 18 months.
Well, hi, Mike. Thanks so much. It's great to be here. So just a little bit about what I do as head of cybersecurity evangelism. So at AT&T, we want to help make it safer for your business to innovate. So whether you are building airplanes, running a financial services company, or selling flowers on Main Street, you want to have those better outcomes for your customer. And that's really what we focus on at AT&T Cybersecurity within AT&T Business. And my job is really this whole idea of cybersecurity evangelism. So going out, creating market awareness events, doing interviews with great people like yourself, as well as the component of thought leadership. And one of the things I do from the thought leadership perspective is every year, AT&T Cybersecurity, we release the annual AT&T Cybersecurity Insights Report. So that's an event that happens. And for 2023, we will release it on January 24th, 2023. And what we're focused on this for 2023 is the edge ecosystem. So everything that goes into making that edge work, looking at what the organizational structure looks like, looking at how people are saying, this is kind of a little too big to have it be a do-it-yourself project. So who they're working with, that sort of thing. So that's coming up end of January.
So you're going to keep us in suspense until the middle of January for your effort. Well, we do too, right? We've got our annual Predict conference happening in January 12th, so we're going to keep everybody in suspense in terms of where we think so. But I think we're going to allude to some different things that we expect to happen. And you kind of mentioned one of my first topics, right? Because edge is certainly something that is becoming a lot more common in our vernacular. But to be honest, I sometimes I have a hard time understanding what those real use cases are. We know there are these big networks. We know that folks are moving compute, much closer to the user. But why, right? I mean, we just spend so much time trying to move everything to the cloud and centralize it as opposed to having it, kind of within all these different distributed data centers and hard. And now we're like, oh, let's distribute it again. So is this just the pendulum swinging back and forth, or are there really new, innovative, kind of edge types of use cases that are really going to unlock value beyond what we've seen before?
Definitely innovation. That is definitely what the edge is going to bring us. And it's interesting, when you mention edge, it means different things to different people. And what organizations are really focused on now is outcomes. They want to be able to show some outcome for what they're doing, some sort of business outcome, some sort of customer outcome. And when you think about edge means different things to different people. And it usually tends to trend to the tech stack that somebody is using, whether it's a vendor talking about the tech stack that they're selling, or somebody on the customer side really focused on the tech stack that they're using. So what we found out in our 2022 AT&T Cybersecurity Insights Report research is exactly that. And so when we write about edge, we say there are these three characteristics that you should really think of. One is it's a distributed model of management, intelligence, and networks. The second is you're putting that those applications, those workloads closer to where that data is being generated and consumed, because edge is all about data, as you mentioned. And thirdly, it's software defined, and that can be on-prem or in the cloud. So thinking about those characteristics, if you think about some of the use cases that edge really derives, in our 2022 research, the two biggest use cases that came out of it were in the retail sector for loss prevention, and then in the manufacturing sector for real-time visual quality inspection on the assembly line. So think about what that means. That means you're building something on that assembly line, and with a variety of sensors and cameras, you can see exactly what you're building, when you're building it in near real time. So if there's some sort of production defect that enters, you can stop that assembly line and remediate that defect immediately, rather than waiting until it rolls off the assembly line and then having to say, oh, we had this defect enter, and then having to do a recall. So those near real-time events are really, really powerful. We also found financial services, they're using it for concierge services. And of course, everybody probably has experienced this, telehealth. The pandemic really accelerated that. And the idea of telehealth is something that healthcare organizations, what they told us in 2022 is, we're using this idea of edge for telehealth. So I think people they're using edge applications, they're using edge use cases, and in many cases, not even thinking about it. It's more seamless interaction.
Right. And so I hear a couple things there, right? One is obviously kind of making sure that you can be more efficient in terms of and find issues and identify issues closer, to where it happens. Those are all advantageous from a velocity standpoint. But the last one, started to pique my interest a little bit, being a 30 plus year security professional, right? And when you start to say telehealth and PHI and some of these other, types of environments, I mean, listen, we're not very good at protecting things that we've centralized, right? Now you start to distribute stuff all over the place, and it doesn't seem to get better, right? That's one of the things, if you're losing money in every unit, you're not going to make it up in volume. So I kind of get the same approach or perspective on some of the edge security stuff, which is we're not good enough on doing things that we know where the stuff is. Now you start to distribute it out to, the four corners of the universe, and how is that going to get better? So are improvements that you guys see? Is it something that needs to be baked into kind of the edge platform, kind of the network in terms of how we access that? So where do you see kind of a lot of the protection aspects of edge computing starting to shake out?
Yeah, a couple of things. And especially from the security perspective, we've gone from those days of security as this nefarious hacker in a hoodie sitting in the corner, lurking in the shadows, to security is now part of a business plan. And that was really spurred on by the pandemic. The pandemic made security go from a technical issue to a business issue. So it's a requirement of the business. But if you also think about what's happening with edge, we have this new ecosystem that's about to emerge. And what we're seeing, and we're seeing this especially through the research that we did for our 2023 report, organizational silos are starting to erode. For so long, we had the application development silo, we had the network silo, we had the security team, and none of them talked. And what we started to see with people bringing in 5G networks is the line of business was saying, we need to do this because we need to be more competitive. However, we're not going to do this unless we are in lockstep with our security team. So those silos that have been erected over the past 40, 50 plus years, they're now starting to erode. And starting is the key word. And so, eroding those organizational silos will have some effect on this. But what we're also seeing is that the mechanics of what we're doing is starting to change. So, for example, from a development perspective, if you look at these edge use cases that I just identified, so real-time visual quality inspection, loss prevention, telehealth, that sort of thing, the applications suddenly start to be a little bit different. They're no longer GUI types of applications. They're headless types of applications. And developers are now going to start to participate in this ecosystem. And they're going to have to build security from the beginning and focus on these non-GUI types of applications that they're going to put out there for the edge. So it's going to be a change for many people in terms of what the organization looks like, how the organization performs, and also in many cases, what you're actually doing. If you look at application security, it's one of those things everybody says, yeah, application security, it's great. We have to have application security. But if you look at the OWASP top 10, the OWASP top 10 has not really changed in the 20 years that OWASP has been around.
Two or three, right? Two or three
Right.
of the attacks change every year, but that's about it.
Yeah. And so in our current situation, if you take care of cross-site scripting, SQL injection, you can take care of a lot of things. But now we're going to start to see different things. OWASP last year, they put out the OWASP API top 10. So, we have to really start to focus on what we're doing with APIs as well and make sure that, one of the things that has been so popular this year, especially for software developers, is this whole concept of the software bill of materials, or the SBOM. So those SBOMs are going to continue to be extremely important. And hopefully we're going to get away from this, we'll roll out a new API, but the security team doesn't know about it. So eliminate that lag.
Well, yeah, let's just say I'm a little skeptical of all that stuff, but just because I'm old and jaded and I've been doing this for a long time, and we've been hoping that kind of publication security, right, and that we would build it in and all this other stuff. And again, part of what we're going to be talking about in January is SBOM. We've got a whole panel on application security and the evolution of kind of SBOM really as a catalyst to force folks to revisit a lot of what the components of their applications are. And I think all this stuff is very healthy, right? But I think, again, we're on this constant pendulum, right? Whereas, for the last couple of years, we've been talking about shift left and the importance of, getting developers involved into the security process and building the tools into the IDEs and, kind of making everything run through a pipeline so that we can, build testing mechanisms within the integration and the deployment process and all that kind of stuff. And again, now we're kind of seeing the backlash of that, right? Developers are like, I got to write code, folks, right? I'm incented to deliver code. And now you want me to do all this security stuff too? What the hell are you doing every day, right? So, one of our concepts is, do we have to actually start to shift right a little bit in terms of, bringing some of those motions back to, kind of more of a central, or at least a centrally managed capability to, enforce some certain kind of hygienic policies around the code. So it's going to be interesting because, we've been fighting this battle for a long time, right? And I've been talking about the importance of application security for a long time, right? As we look at where DevOps and cloud native and now security has to overlay, into that to enable digital transformation, which is really what Techstrong is about. It's just, again, we see positive motion, but kind of getting those actual activities to stick and be consistently done all the time, especially during crunch time, right? That still, to me seems pretty problematic. You guys seeing a similar type of thing, or are you more optimistic than I am, Teresa?
I'm an optimist. So just in general, I'm an optimist, and I've been writing about application security since 2001 when I was an analyst. So I've been writing about it for a long time. As you mentioned, you've been kind of talking about application security for a long time. A couple of things I think that we're going to see change. You talked about shift left. And that was the idea initially for software developers to say, oh, we need to make sure that we're writing better quality software code. And we can do things like unit testing earlier in the software lifecycle. So we're not shipping these defects later, putting these defects out there because the cost of rework becomes very, very high. But I think what we're going to see with this idea of security being built into everything that a software developer is doing, so security by design, this comes down to some organizational shifts. And so having that person on that software development team who can act as that security ambassador, because I'm with you. Software developers have a very, very difficult job. And there's not a software developer in the world that's going to raise their hand and say, yes, let me take on security because my job of developing software is so easy. Right. Because that's a very difficult task. And we've seen this play out over the past couple of decades, since 2001 or so, when software security, application security really became a thing because people said, well, this is really the last mile of protecting what we're going to do. It's through our applications. And software developers said, yes, but make it easier, put it into our IDE. So we've done all of those things, but sometimes still it is an impediment to the developer. But what organizations have not necessarily done completely is had that security ambassador embedded, if you will, with the software developers. And it is a change, and it's going to have to come from the top down to say that all of our software has to be secure. And then putting things in like the SBOM really is a forcing function in many cases to make that happen. But changing the complexion, changing the makeup a little bit of what that software development team looks like, having that person who is only focused on security rather than software developers creating their source code and having somebody from a quote unquote security team outside of their organization act as that governance checkpoint, we know that doesn't work. So we'll start to see those changes. And also, I think one of the things we'll start to see is that we'll have these born on the edge types of companies. And by definition, they will disrupt the incumbents, in whatever industry that is. So if you have a company born on the web, born on the cloud, born on the internet, we've seen this in the past. So having these born on the edge types of companies where they have application security and data security is a really important component of that as well. So having that data security and that application security built in from the beginning, that will suddenly start to disrupt the incumbents, and the incumbents will say, in order to remain competitive, we have to do this. So I think there are really positive things ahead in the application security world and by association in the data security world, because Edge is all about that data.
You bet. And I really hope you're right, Teresa, because we need it as an industry. But being a security person, right, kind of in my fabric, I know all too well that hope is not a strategy. So you have a lot of evangelizing to do, right? We have a lot of, interviews and content and trends and other mechanisms to continue to train the industry as to why a lot of these things are important. I know you have a bunch of other things like threat intel and other, kind of aspects that are part of your predictions. So how do folks find the report, right? How do folks find the AT&T business predictions that you and your team have put out there?
Yeah, so my predictions will be published on our AT&T cybersecurity blog. If you visit cybersecurity.att.com/blog, you'll be able to see it.
That's fantastic. So, Teresa, thanks so much for your time. It's always a great conversation. Love application security. Very curious about the Edge. So glad in the middle of January, you folks will be really talking about the Edge ecosystem and starting to, really get a sense of what that is, what's possible relative to the Edge and what some of the constraints and impediments are going to be. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Maybe we'll have you back on the Techstrong TV for another interview where we can dig into that a little bit deeper. I think that would be great. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mike. It was great to visit with you.
And now let's head back to the studio for our next interview.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Chris Harrell, who is the Developer Experience Program Director for ANSYS, and we're going to be talking about open source software and simulation and how all that comes together. Chris, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mike. Super excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
I don't think a lot of people have it in their heads exactly what it is that we can do today with simulation. So maybe walk us through it a little bit in terms of how the core technology works, and then maybe also explain who's using this. Is it people who want to contribute to open source projects or people who are consuming open source software?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, simulation in 30 seconds, right? Anything that you use, consume, ride on, sleep on, fly in, those products, all of them are being simulated prior to manufacturing, right? So the idea is you cut down on waste, on defect, you understand how that part, that widget, that entire airplane is going to react in the real world under real world conditions. And the software that ANSYS provides handles all the really super complex math and physics calculations required to do that simulation. And we do that across pretty much anything you can think of, we can simulate it. So from the very smallest component within something all the way up to how, and as I said, like an entire airplane will perform. That's what the software does. As you might expect, not exactly a domain for the novice or the layperson to get involved in. So we have a pretty high bar of knowledge and skill required to use the software. And one of the things that we recognize is we need to open that up. We need to make it more approachable, more accessible, more usable for a bigger audience. And that's really where our path is going towards open source and this idea of allowing programmatic access to simulation, right? So when we talk about open source, I think we're following kind of the, like the Red Hat model, right? So Red Hat is open source, you can use it, you can consume it, but they also have sort of the commercial wrapper around it where they have support and enterprise grade feature set and all of that. What we're doing is very similar in that we're allowing that programmatic access, that open access into the core solver engines, which are our commercial software that we sell, right? And I think it's twofold to answer your second part of your question. It's for both. It's for people who want to use the solver technology in new and more sort of broad ways that support whatever their specific goals are for programmatic simulation. And then obviously there's a big open source community out there. People like to contribute, especially in projects that are interesting or doing interesting things. And we welcome that community to come and participate in open source as well from a contribution perspective.
So do you think we're at the point where we can do what if simulations? So I can see how a piece of code might impact the whole build entirely, and we can kind of go through that a little bit and have some understanding before we upload stuff into that build.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that already in a lot of cases, especially, I mean, you think about autonomous, right? Autonomous driving, unmanned aerial vehicle, any kind of that spacecraft, right? That are out millions of miles. There's no way to change that programming on the fly. So a lot of that what if scenario programming is really part and parcel of the overall, like what we do for digital mission simulation, or even just down to like specific component simulation where you have a lot of embedded code in that particular widget, product, spaceship, whatever it is, right? That's what we need simulation to be, right? Is just a series of what ifs. It's a decision engine. What if this happens? Then this part can't be here because it's going to break, or it's not going to perform the way I want it to under these conditions. And that whole concept, leads us down roads towards AI and ML for creation of both physical and virtual digital parts, so code and the physical manifestations of that in the real world. It takes us through, the kind of volumes of data that we're going to need to get to that space. It's incredibly powerful, and honestly, for me as a developer, as a deep background in writing code and building software and infrastructure, it's kind of humbling to watch it all come together. But yeah, we're that what if simulation, absolutely critical to this next wave of simulation for sure.
And does all this run on the cloud somewhere? I would assume it takes a significant amount of horsepower, but how do I access something like this?
Yeah, so cloud is a huge part of opening our platform for access, right? So traditionally, and probably as you said, it takes a lot of horsepower, so this won't come as a huge surprise. Traditionally, our larger customers have run large compute farms. We've added GPU, as you would expect, of course, for the math capabilities associated with that and the performance and speed. And cloud is the next logical evolution of this. I think we're going to see kind of twofold, right? We're going to see that, standard AWS, Microsoft Google cloud model, here where we've got customers that want to let us handle all the infrastructure. They just want to run the simulations they want to run, right? And we're building front end access for that. And then on the other hand, you're going to have customers who want to keep their simulation to themselves, basically, but they want the cloud experience, right? So we're already deploying a lot of our simulation engine into Kubernetes clusters so that you can do, on-demand deployment, spin up, spin down, all the kind of stuff. I think that you're going to see people that are going to want it, and like I said, I have a really deep background in infrastructure and systems architecture, and this is the experience people want, right? They don't want to just have a server farm that sits there and gathers dust 90% of the time, in between simulation runs, right? So the cloud is absolutely key for us to really embrace this whole opening and digitization of simulation across, everybody who might potentially want to use it. Right?
And that gets to the core technology, because we've been talking about cloud native for a while, but it's a buzzword on one hand, but on the other hand, it's also the cool thing about something like Kubernetes is you can scale up, but down. And that's the part of the thing that people forget sometimes, is we can do a lot of interesting things now because we don't have to necessarily stand up resources that are dedicated to a specific application. They can be released once the thing is over. Do you think people are starting to understand that? Because it seems to me, we went through this first era where we just uploaded existing monoliths, but the question is, do people understand what can be done, and we're about to get to some sort of new era where things we thought not possible are possible?
Yes, right. And like I said, you know as well as I do, Mike, you've been around here long enough. Like, cloud originally was, oh my gosh, it's so much cheaper to put everything in the cloud. Here's my giant monolith, enjoy. And that's a terrible model for cloud, right? So where we're really spending time, where we're really investing is in the actual platform technology under the hood, right? And so, like I said, Kubernetes has been a big investment for us in terms of componentizing our solver technology to be more robust and cloud deployable. There's always going to be an element of monolith, and I know that word, it's a dirty word in cloud, right? Oh, I have a monolith. But I jokingly, I call them our boxes of math, right? The solvers that actually solve all the physics equations. They're not, you're not going to break that into a microservice. That's just not going to happen, because the intensity of the calculations involved in solving those equations just doesn't lend itself to that. And like I said, I don't buy into the whole monolith immediately equals bad. What I see is it's about the consumption of it on the front. And exactly what you said, I think, yes, people are starting to see, it's not just about scale up or out, right? I can spin up many thousands of receivers for this and nodes for this. It's also that, and when I'm done, they can go to sleep, and I can actually reduce costs or reduce footprint in that way, or shift workloads to other things, right? I mean, that's the other benefit that I think people are starting to understand is before it was well, my absolute high watermark was X. So I needed X amount of CPU at all times available, reserved, blocked for this. Well, but if that's only your high watermark for a little while, what can you do? How can you balance that out? What else can you share that with? How can you shift things around? I think we're starting to see that really seep into these operations and infrastructure teams that we're working with that are running alongside of our, really hardcore engineering simulation experts to say, how do we really start to optimize this environment to run? And that, I think we can't continue to operate in this whole if you go to the cloud, what you do is just copy and paste what you had on a physical server onto a cloud server. Like that's not the right model anyway. I think people are starting to get it, because the benefit of the cloud comes not really from the scale up and out. It comes from the scale down, or the soft shutdown when you're not using it, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, if I go back a couple of decades, people were kind of getting concerned about the safety of airplanes, and there was an effort by engineering teams to kind of lock them down and kind of make them more resilient in general. And now we're in this era where more organizations than ever are dependent upon software. So do you think that we're on the cusp of some new era here where engineers are going to start locking down the capabilities of software so it doesn't break so often, and we're not putting so many things at risk, and simulation is part of that equation?
Yeah, I mean, yes, right. And we already feel the effects of that. Of course, we work with a huge number of mission critical or safety critical customers, right? Automotive industry, aerospace, defense, right? I mean, we touch a lot of things and places that I'm sure you and I take for granted on the one hand, but on the other hand are obviously very important to be safe. And I see so much shift, and we talk about this all the time. Ajay, our CEO, mentions it frequently, that simulation is becoming more and more important for validating that things are going to work the way you want them to work, or the way you expect them to work. And I think the simplest example of that is like when you think about like a car crash test, right? Like a single crash test, people, oh, well, you wasted a car, and you think about the value of the car. But what people don't think about is the engineering and the research and the time and everything that goes into that. I mean, a single crash test could set, an auto manufacturer back $1 million. And that gets spendy when you have to do 20, 30, 40 of them. So having the ability to simulate that stuff without having to spend that kind of capital, and literal physical capital too, right, is becoming increasingly important. And so to your question, are we going to lock down the math? I think we've already largely done that. And that's kind of goes back to what I was saying. It's like, there's always going to be a monolith at the core. There's always going to be that protected box of math that is just right, that is trustable. And I talk about this, I just gave a talk a couple of weeks ago about when we start getting into AI and ML that's driven by simulation, right? And we start doing AI-driven design or machine learning assisted design. The whole idea of like explainable AI or verifiable AI is going to come into play, because if you can't trust the math that solved the equations, right, then how can you trust what the AI is telling you should actually happen in the end result? And I think, without us protecting that core asset, which we do and we take very seriously, how can you trust the simulation, right? If it's there's no such thing as like, yeah, it's mostly okay in simulation, right? It's either precise and accurate or it isn't. And I knew way back, but I've trusted the ANSYS simulation stuff for what it is, because we take the steps and the effort to make sure that that's a trustable, bedrock of these simulation answers. So, yeah.
How will simulation work its way into DevOps workflows? We have testing and we have quality assurance. Is there a thought in your mind about how and where this fits, or how I might invoke it within that DevOps infinite loop?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to come into play from the literal physical infrastructure all the way up through the scaling and operation, sort of the day-to-day, right? Like I said, one of the things that I find really exciting about ANSYS's ability to simulate is the ability to start at the most granular, smallest part of the overall, whole, but simulate all of the pieces in between. So, when you think about DevOps, and I'm an ops guy from way back. That's I got into this career ages and ages ago, building data centers all over the world, and people. I think even today, people kind of like, oh, I have to build a data center. Okay, you get some racks, shove some servers in it, wire them up. Okay, life's good. But when you start thinking about the actual, like, where does DevOps start? people, we talk about serverless and all this stuff, and it's like, yeah, but there's still servers there. They're still run hot. You still need to cool them. You still need power. You still need all these capabilities. And I think what this is going to allow people to do is really start to envision the whole mechanism of their data center from a holistic perspective, all the way from the physical beginning through to the logical operation. And then when you speak about, like code hardening and I want to know that my standard baseline sort of run of operations is X, right? I'm going to simulate that, and I'm going to simulate it not just in the context of the software, which is important, but it isn't the total picture. I'm going to simulate it in the context of my power capabilities, my cooling, the physical space that I have. Am I going to need to add capacity? Am I going to need to, crank up the AC? Am I going to need to get more power draw? Again, we think about that high watermark, and those of us that aren't working in data centers anymore, we're sort of like, oh, I'll just deploy 10,000 compute nodes. That's no problem, right? Everybody's got that lying around. But yeah, it's like, that's a big deal when you start thinking about the infrastructure and everything else required to do that. And so from a DevOps practitioner standpoint, yeah, like there's a ton of stuff that simulation, I think, is going to provide. And then now that you've opened up access to it, now that you've made it programmatic, that's where you start to say, okay, how can we expand on this? And we can create these libraries of essentially data center components. Hey, you're going to go buy a Dell or an HP or whatever server, right? It performs like this. It has this power draw, this cooling characteristic. Here's what it is at maximum load. Here's how the air flows through it, all that kind of stuff. And you can literally programmatically stack a data center before you ever physically build it and see not only how is it going to perform in the physical space, in the meat space, right? But also then I'm going to deploy 10,000 compute nodes on this stack of servers. What does that look like? How does it run? What do I need to do that? It really opens up a lot of possibility for, I think, for a lot of operations and DevOps type folks to integrate those two mindsets really seamlessly as part of their overall workflow for managing those DevOps environments.
So will we then apply AI models to the simulations to surface up recommendations to optimize for different outcomes that we're looking for?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the path through the machine learning to AI assisted simulation, or we call it AI driven design. It's kind of 4 steps, right? So you would simulate the smallest thing that you can, and the reason, well, not the reason, but one of the big reasons that programmatic simulation, the stuff we're doing with open source and granting access to the underlying solvers is so important is because if I set up a simulation run, right? So I go into the UI, plug in all the variables, and I hit run. And I go down the hall, I get a coffee, I say hi to everybody, I come back, some amount of time later, that simulation finishes. I get the results, and then I tweak values, and then I hit run again. And then, and you repeat that. And maybe if you're really good, you get 10 or 20 of those done a day, right? With programmatic simulation, you feed it an array of variables that you want to simulate against. You hit run, you let it go in the background, you do other stuff. And maybe you get, 1,000 done today, and 1,000 done tomorrow, and 1,000 done the next day. Now you start to build that corpus of information you need to train those machine learning models. That's the part that manual simulation, you can do it, right? Obviously, it just takes way longer than you want it to, or than becomes feasible. But now that we have that, we can start to train those machine learning models against the various components. So after you've sort of simulated that finished product, right, and you can come back and then you can wrap all that stuff up in that now trained AI model, and before you ever simulate anything, even as you're designing, as you're laying it out, the AI can pop up and say, hey, it looks like you're laying out a data center. You want some help with that, right? I wouldn't put those servers next to each other, and here's why, and that kind of stuff. I wouldn't use that type of deployment model because it has a tendency to fail here, or we've seen it break here. It really, all, like I said, from the base physical level all the way through the operational level and the software level and the code level. It's going to get to the point where it can pop up and point stuff out to you before you ever have to run a simulation. Now, that's a future state. We're building towards that. Obviously, we've got a ways to go. That's not going to happen tomorrow. It's something that will happen with adoption, which is again why open source is very important to us and why we're opening up these libraries to not just our customers but to the public, right? To be able to contribute and evaluate, because there is a lot of innovation that's going to have to happen to get from where we are now to where we all want to be. And the community-driven approach to that is what accelerates that for us, right? So,
all right, cool. Exciting times indeed. Chris, thanks for being on the show and sharing your insight.
Yep. It's my pleasure, Michael. Thank you so much for having me again. And if folks want to join us, developer.ansys.com is our developer portal. And we also have our developer forum that links from there. Folks can get access, start contributing, or see what we're working on. And we'd love to have them.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Sean O'Meara, who is Global Field CTO for Mirantis, and we're talking about a funny thing happened on the way to the Kubernetes forum. Everybody stopped out to check out Docker Swarm, or at least maybe they never left in the first place. Sean, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Good to see you.
So what is going on here? We thought everybody was going to standardize on this de facto standard thing called Kubernetes, and we're seeing not only the same number of instances of Docker Swarm, but maybe even a little bit more. So what's going on?
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of customers, both our own customers today and other people in the field, starting to actually grow their usage of Swarm. It appears to us, in the conversations I've been having, that it's just easier. Kubernetes is great and it has a lot of application, but it is complex. It is pretty hard for people to get started with. And what it seems is people have made big investments in Swarm. We've got some pretty massive workloads running on Swarm today, and the cost doesn't justify the upgrade to Kubernetes right now. It'll come in the future, but for now, Swarm still seems to be going strong, and its simplicity is what it has going for it.
Of course, not everybody who has containers deployed even has an orchestration engine, so maybe they're working their way up through the system. But to that point, are you guys still investing in Swarm? Are you going to continue to add capabilities and features?
Very much so. We have put a lot of work into Swarm along with our Kubernetes work. Obviously, we deliver them in the same set of packages, but we continue to invest. We're continuing to invest in the FIPS certification and the security. We've added signed image support. We're constantly doing the regular security validation and updates. So anytime new security issues come out, we're adding it, fixing it, and releasing new versions of the product for people to put out there. We've added additional lifecycle management tooling, and we continue to test it heavily. So that's what we're doing now, just ongoing. And then moving into the future, we're doing a lot of work around Swarm CSI. We're going through upstream validation right now for a new Swarm CSI component. We've done image pruning, so automating of the routine maintenance of nodes within Swarm to make life easier for Swarm users. There's a lot of work going into resource constraints for Swarm, and there's a big plan to do chargebacks around Swarm, so people who are utilizing Swarm can start to charge back within their organizations and meter the usage of Swarm a lot better. That's just a handful of the things that we're doing.
Is the market starting to maybe bifurcate in two directions? One is a developer-centric kind of lightweight approach to managing things, and they don't really have the capacity for a lot of heavy lifting. And then there's this more enterprise-centric approach where they've got the teams to implement Kubernetes and Istio and all the stuff that goes with that.
That's an interesting approach. Interesting question. The approach we're seeing a lot more is more and more people invested heavily in teams, DevOps teams, to deal with the deploying of Istios, handling all the complexity of Kubernetes. Developers don't really care, it seems. They're not that interested in Kubernetes. They want to write code. They want to create value and features for their organization. So what we're seeing is we're seeing companies coming along that are developing tools that abstract Kubernetes heavily. Now, Swarm is sort of in that same boat. Swarm's an orchestrator. It does very little, but it handles orchestration. Kubernetes offers so much more, but it increases the complexity enormously. So if we can completely abstract that, then life is easier for developers, which means they can focus on what they need to do ultimately, which is all about building value for organizations.
Do you think maybe someday there'll be a bridge between the two where some departments will use Swarm, but the IT operations team and the central function is using Kubernetes, and the two of them to figure out a way to live side by side?
That would be an interesting prediction. Yeah. I think we're seeing some of that already. I mean, in the Mirantis MKE product, we offer the choice. So you can deploy and have Kubernetes or Swarm, albeit not in the same cluster, but from the same control plane. We're seeing companies today who are running both. They have Swarm for certain workloads, Kubernetes for others. Kubernetes just takes more operational maintenance and management at this stage.
We're also starting to hear about other technologies out there like WebAssembly and things like that. So is this part of some larger continuum that we're seeing where containers live alongside a bunch of different things as well?
Yeah, WASM is starting to take a lot of interest. I mean, during KubeCon a couple of weeks ago, there were a lot of questions about the impact around WASM. We're seeing companies, another Mirantis company, Amazy.io, that's very focused on abstracting the complexity of Kubernetes and is also looking at how WASM could be used. They're very focused on web-type services. It's still a container. It's just running in a different place. We're moving the old compute paradigm. We could be talking about heavily distributed compute models. We can start geeking out about that, but we've gone full circle in this industry many times. We're once again going full circle. We've gone from centralized compute to distributed compute again.
Also, do you think IT operations teams are more interested in orchestration now because they figured out that not only does it scale up, it allows them to scale down, and this is a way to control some cloud costs because they're getting beat up in this economy, and says, hey guys, stop spending like drunken sailors?
For sure. I mean, the idea that you can actually start scaling workloads and controlling your cost is a big and very hot topic. As I said, I'm sitting here in Vegas. I just attended a conference here. Last week, there was another conference here with a lot of focus on cloud cost and cost management. And one of those things is just virtually having visibility. And secondly, that control that Kubernetes gives us, being able to scale up on demand and scale down again on demand, is a really important capability. We're seeing more people interested in how to do that effectively.
So does that mean we should expect to see maybe a spike in the number of cloud native applications actually being deployed? I feel like we've been talking about it for years, but maybe we're getting to the point now where this becomes the default way people build applications.
It does seem to be going that way. We still have a lot of, and I say in inverted commas, legacy applications, which are running on technologies that are a few years old that aren't containerized. I think most modern and new applications are being written with the idea of microservices-based container services. But there still is an enormous amount of work that's running on non-container systems. So a lot of opportunity, a lot of scope there. But
all right, well, we're at the end of the year, so you get the obligatory what's going to happen in a year from now question. So as you look into 2023, what's the crystal ball telling?
Oh dear, that's a very good question. Lots happening. Let me think about that for 1 second. So I mentioned one of them. I think one of the big things for 2023 is we're going to see a lot more of the application deployment abstraction. More and more organizations and companies looking at ways to divorce the developer from deployment the way applications are deployed. Not removing code. I think codeless is still a little bit away, but more where Kubernetes is going to be under the hood, but developers won't know about that. We're going to be changing our compute expectations. Again, you brought up WASM. We're changing the way we consider where compute happens. We're all walking around with these really powerful devices in our pockets. Why aren't we utilizing them more to do the compute? Why does everything have to go back to the cloud? I'll throw one more in there. We're going to see a lot more immersive environments. The way people work with each other, the way us humans interact. The last 4 years, 3 years have the rise of Zoom and the rise of interacting through these sorts of mediums. But we're going to see more immersive interactive environments through the use of VR and better ways of work with people working from home more often.
All right, well, let's bring it around full circle. So if we're going to be processing and analyzing more data at the edge before it gets up to the cloud, are we going to see more instances of Swarm sitting out at the network edge?
That's an interesting question. Quite possibly. The simplicity of what it does at the edge is certainly going to make it easier to do that. Although we're even working on that, we're seeing Kubernetes also coming out to that edge in limited ways.
All right, folks, you heard it here. We're at the end of the beginning rather than the end of container orchestration. Sean, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi, everyone. We're back here in Las Vegas, Qualys QSC 2022, day 2. It's afternoon. It's quarter afternoon here. We hope you've enjoyed our, first day and second morning here of coverage. Our next guest is someone, he's been on our show before. His name is Mehul Revankar.
You got that right.
I got it right.
You got it right.
Man, well, it only took me 3 interviews with you to get it right, so we're making progress.
Making progress.
Mehul, why don't you tell people a little bit of your role at Qualys?
So I am Mehul Revankar. I lead our VMDR solutions here at Qualys. I've been here for about 2 years, more than a little bit over 2 years, but my background is in vulnerability management, compliance, automation, and how do you take all of those things and reducing risk in the organization. So I've been here almost 15, 20 years in this space now.
Yep. And you know what? I'm on a mission to explain acronyms to people because we throw them around, but people at home may not understand or what VMDR stands for. VMDR is Vulnerability Management Detection and Response.
That is correct.
And in the Qualys world, on the Qualys platform, it's more than just scanning for vulnerabilities, right?
Yeah, so the way we think about this is, we're probably the only vendor who does the management of vulnerabilities end-to-end, from discovery to prioritization to remediation tracking, right? So we want to manage the life cycle of the vulnerability from the first time it was discovered to the time it was eliminated in the environment. So VMDR is vulnerability management, detection and response is actually the remediation aspect of it to get rid of those vulnerabilities. It's a very comprehensive all-in-one solution.
Absolutely. And look, Qualys has been around, I'm going to say 24, 25 years, maybe 26, 23
years.
Yeah, 2022. So
Yeah.
23 years. It was always a vulnerability management company, but it was primarily about discovering vulnerabilities, right?
Yeah.
But it's always been, not just Qualys, frankly, the whole industry has always yearned, aimed to do more than just discover vulnerabilities, but to actively manage them. And that goes all the way through to remediation, response, right? And I think one of the things that we want to emphasize, if it hasn't come out, is every vulnerability discovery doesn't end with a patch. It's
Correct.
not just patching, right?
It could be, deploying some kind of a mitigation, or it could be applying some kind of a network ACL,
Sure.
at the firewall level. So not everything is a patch deployment. It could be many things. But the thing I want to touch upon is, historically, VM vendors have been focusing on creating more and more signatures and detections for vulnerabilities and assessments. And what we are seeing now is less about vulnerability management and more about cyber risk management.
Yes.
So the conversation has started to shift from how many vulnerabilities do I have to how many really critical vulnerabilities do I have that I really need to prioritize to reduce risk in the environment. And the risk could be from multiple factors, right? So for example, it could be from your assets that are exposed to the internet. Like one of the number one reasons for organizations getting compromised is because of assets that are exposed to the internet with critical vulnerabilities on them and getting exploited and compromised, right? So there is this completely new aspect, or maybe an extension of vulnerability management, which has morphed into cyber risk management, which includes, your attack surface, your vulnerability misconfigurations, and how do they all come together to actually help you reduce risk within the organization. And when we think about VMDR, this is one of the core tenets of the problems, is to help you inventory everything, both your internal assets that you might have, or also your external assets, that are exposed to the internet. Get them into the visibility with with the solutions that like external attack surface management bringing in, and then correlating that data with the vulnerabilities that we are seeing on the infrastructure, and extracting the really critical vulnerabilities. Are these getting exploited in the wild? What's the exploit code maturity for these vulnerabilities? Yep. Are these exploited by ransomware? If so, then these are the ones you really want to focus on. And in the others, if you have time, go after them. But focus on these metrics or these stats. So I'll give you an example. So we looked at the data for vulnerabilities over the last 20, 30 years, right? So the universe of vulnerabilities is around 190,000. But if you look at the vulnerabilities that are actively exploited by malware and threat actor groups and ransomware, that number is less than 3%. Roughly 4,000 vulnerabilities, 4,500 vulnerabilities, right? And you really want to make sure that you do not skip these or do not miss out on these. If you do, then there's a high likelihood your organization will get compromised by one of these vulnerabilities. So focusing on that to reduce risk is actually very critical, so that organizations can start to move away from a volume-based vulnerability management program to a risk-based vulnerability management program. That's the critical part.
I think that is, and I think you hit it right on the head. Excellent. Because it goes what we said before. The same way all remediation isn't just patching. All vulnerabilities aren't necessarily created equal either.
Correct.
Right?
Very important.
And for too long and I've been in this industry as long or longer than you. For too long, the only way we distinguished vulnerabilities was sort of the NIST CVS ratings, right? Critical and so forth. But even that, they did. I'm not banging them for it. It's not a bad thing, but it doesn't apply to everyone the same.
So I'll give you an important statistic. So we looked at this data for and CVSS was for what it's worth was never meant to represent the risk it poses to the organization. It was always designed to assess the technical severity of the vulnerability, right? And when we looked at the data, what we found out was 51% of all the vulnerabilities are rated high or critical by CVSS. So if every other vulnerability coming your way is high or critical, then how do you prioritize?
Right.
So that's where we brought in the new true risk algorithm in VMDR, which is our latest addition to our VMDR risk prioritization capability, and that reduces the number to 7%.
Really?
So 7% higher critical instead of 51%. So that's like an 85% reduction in the list of vulnerabilities that you really need to focus on. That is humongous in terms of a security practitioner's point of view.
Sure is.
I really don't need to look at these 51% of the vulnerabilities. These are the 7% I really need to focus on, because we have backed that with the intelligence that we collect from all the exploit and threat intelligence fields. Hey, we know this is getting weaponized, we know this is exploited in the wild, you know these are the ransomwares that are exploiting this vulnerability. So you better fix these before you go on and do something else, right? So that you transition to a risk-based approach rather than a volume-based approach.
And we're calling this true risk now. So
True
it's
risk.
VMDR with true risk.
Right. And the reason we call it true risk is because it is a very comprehensive risk scoring algorithm. We actually filed a patent for it because we take into account not just the vulnerability aspect of it, but you might have some kind of a mitigation or a compensating control on it. Right. If you, for example, if a vulnerability cannot be exploited if registry service is disabled, then the risk score is actually low because there is no way for you to exploit it. So you have not patched this, you have this vulnerability, but it has a mitigation control. So it's a lower risk for your organization, right? So, and even on the asset side, if an asset is internal dev or test asset versus a production asset that's exposed to the internet, that is a high risk, right? So taking into account all these different factors, that helps us assess the true risk of that asset or a vulnerability or a groups of assets within your organization. So that's why we call it true risk.
I love it. For people at home, maybe you want to get more information on this true risk. Qualys.com, obviously, but is there a specific?
Yeah, so they can go to qualys.com/truerisk, TRURISK.
So it's TRU.
TRU. We got rid of the E because the marketing team wouldn't agree.
Well,
to
no,
risk.
true's a big word here, right? Now that's our research team as well. It's called True.
It's a threat research unit. Threat research unit.
So you don't like E's at Qualys, okay? Anyway, all kidding aside, it's a great thing. I think it's something we needed in the industry. It's good for you guys.
Yes.
I'm glad to see you.
We're super proud of it, and since we launched it, we've all the product has won multiple awards and recognition because it's something no other company has done, organization has done. So we're
good for
really
you.
Proud of it.
Thank you so much for being on our show.
Thank you, sir.
It's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you.
So check it out. That's it. True Risk, TRURISK, at Qualys.com.
Yes.
We're going to take a break here from Las Vegas. We've got a full afternoon of interviews, so stay tuned.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi, everyone. We're back here live in Vegas for the Qualys QSC show. Glad you're tuning in on Techstrong TV. We're at the afternoon of our second day here. And our next guest, I'm happy to introduce you to Kunal Modasia.
Yep, you got it right. Modasia.
Modasia. We
Yep,
good?
Got it. Yep.
Kunal is VP of Products here. And there's two products that he is managing. We're going to hear about it. But first of all, Kunal, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you, Alan, for inviting me.
It's our pleasure.
Appreciate it. Yep.
So before we get into the products, I wanted to give people a sense of kind of who you are, your background, how you came to this position at Qualys.
Totally.
So go ahead.
Totally. So hey guys, I'm Kunal and I'm a VP of Product Management for Cybersecurity Asset Management and External Attack Surface Management. So I'm actually Qualys boomerang. So I was at a Qualys for 3 years from 2018 to 21. And then during the Great Resignation period, even I moved out to an Israeli cybersecurity company for 10 months. And then I decided to come back since I love the Qualys so much, the platform approach, the people, the culture, and the leadership under Sumit Thakar, right? So I decided to return back. And I rejoined as a VP of a product management for 2 products that I said. And I'm extremely proud of launching the External Attack Surface Management. And before Qualys, I was at companies like Juniper and the Sun Microsystems and the Extreme Networks. Yep, so being done engineering role, I have built the product, and then when I was bored writing the code, I decided to get into the product management part where I don't have to write the code, right? So I accidentally become a product manager, and then I enjoy every single day on the work. So yep, I'm super excited to come back to Qualys.
Absolutely, and that's a great story. It's actually a theme I've heard. I was talking to Sumit about this. The passion of the management team. Not only, I've only spoken to the management team.
Sure.
I don't know if it goes, I'm assuming it goes all the way through. But the passion of the Qualys workforce for what they're doing and how they're contributing, it means a lot. right? Because if people are excited about their work, it's a big difference from people who just feel like it's a chore, right?
Totally. And it's
Absolutely.
always a mix of the latest cutting edge technology that you got to work, plus the people that you collaborate with, right? And the third thing, which is obviously the stock price, right?
Yeah.
You look at it, the other companies, their stock price have actually 70 to 80% gone down. But if you really look at the Qualys stock, right, it is still holding up on the 52-week high. So people are making good money while working on the cutting edge technology, plus the people that they would like to work with. So it's a win-win.
Absolutely.
Right? That's
Good
how
stuff.
I look at it.
And look, we're not touting any stocks on here, so we don't want anything to, we'll get in trouble. But anyway, Kunal, let's talk about your two products that you shepherd, that you're managing. First one is one that you really brought forth. It's brand new, fairly new. Let's start with that one. It's the attack surface.
Sure. So external attack surface management, we call it as a ESM acronym, right? So we launched this product at the Black Hat Las Vegas here 2 months back. Sometime August. And I think so the external attack surface management product basically helps organizations in discovering and finding out the previously unknown internet facing external assets, which is sort of, we call it as an outside in attacker's view, right? Whatever the assets that you have internal behind firewall that are not directly exposed on the internet, right? But then you have some assets, part of your organization assets that are exposed to the internet, right? Which means the attacker could see through outside in, and they could use those devices, find those gaps in those devices, use those as a launch pad to launch an attack in your organization, right? So the external attack surface management is a part of our Qualys cloud platform, and it's included with a cybersecurity asset management solution, and it helps with the discovery of the previously unknown internet-facing devices.
You know, there's an old axiom: you can't defend what you don't know.
Absolutely.
And it's never been, this whole thing, you mentioned the whole COVID thing. It's never been more true than since these COVID times that we've lived through, where, look, people work from anywhere on anything. And they stand stuff up in this cloud, that cloud, on using that SaaS or that, and so I think one of the biggest problems that organizations have, and it really, bigger organizations have it as a bigger problem, but even small organizations have this, is just getting a handle on what is their surface, what devices do they have.
Totally, this makes total sense, and you're spot on that, especially for the last couple of years with the COVID, with the push on the digitization effort, right, where employees were working remotely and the organizations were adopting the SaaS services and the remote workforce and all. With that, there is one thing that has happened. That is, the organization's internet exposure has increased. Everything is now on the internet, right? And second point that you brought up, the developers, right? They are spinning up the cloud instances, containers here and there. They are taking on open source software into their environment, productivity tools in their environment, right? Which the IT team traditionally had a visibility, but now no longer visibility because everything is in the cloud, right? So this is where the organization have gone through their internet-facing perimeter, where they have a lot of devices there. And this is where what we have seen, and there are some market studies where 69% of the recent breaches that have happened in the organization, all of them, like 69% of the breaches were unknown assets. Unknown internet-facing assets were the one that were used as a launch pad.
Yes.
Right. So this is the key area where the ESM, external attack surface management, is helping organization in finding out what is out there. First thing is that, as you said, you need to know what is out there in order to defend yourself, right?
So let's talk a little bit about that, though. How does it find? How do you know the unknown? How do you find these unknown devices?
Great question. So in order to find the unknown internet-facing devices, we have three different methods, sort of, right? The first one, we have our own internal research team, which is a 30-member strong team. And their job is to look into the organization and types of the M&As, merger and acquisition that they are doing it, look into their public financial information, look through the Wikipedia to find out what are the other organizations or subsidiaries that are part of this organization. And their research work produced something called as a catalog. So it knows, okay, Qualys has acquired a Layered Insight, Qualys has acquired a Blue Hexagon. So they build sort of a catalog database, right? That is with our research team. That's the first. Second one, we use a bunch of the open source technology plus the paid third-party sources. For example, Shodan, right? Shodan is sort of an internet search engine for all of the external internet-facing devices, right? So in addition to the Shodan, we use the Whois XML registry where all the domains and the devices are registered, right? We look into the DNS information, right? We look into the service provider information. In additionally, we have some paid sources like Owler and many other sources which basically gives us a feed about what is happening on the landscape for a given organization, right? So that's the second one. And the third one is something that we are currently working on, which is a lightweight internet scanner, right? Which is going to augment all up to, right? So that's our approach now. And now once we start, our customers, we have make it very frictionless for them. So they can start with the top level domain name, say qualys.com. Right. Only thing you put is qualys.com and say discover, right? And then internally, we basically look into their top level domain, subdomain, and we enumerate their subsidiaries and vertical domains and all. And then we have a attribution process, which includes our research team's catalog that I just mentioned. And then we identify those assets and then we attribute them to particular organization, right? So that's how we look into all of the external assets and attribute it to the particular organization.
Excellent, thank you. Now, I don't want to be elementary, but so now we've developed this asset list, asset map, whatever. What else does the product do from there?
Excellent, great question. So this is very great question, and many of our customers who are in trial with us, 200 plus customers, so they said that like there are some standalone siloed attack surface management tool out there, and they were using that for a discovery purpose. But then the question is, once you discover those assets, find out what is out there, that's the first step. But then what do you do with this information? What next? Right, and that's where Qualys comes and we shine it there. For example, in order for you to make the risk prioritization decision, you need to know the context, complete contextual information about the asset, like who owns it, which department, what is running, what kind of vulnerability is there, what kind of a risky port it has, right? What kind of a certificate, expired certificate it is running. Now, in order to get this context, we have a customers who have to have a resources to manually gather this information across the different console and then correlate in a one place, right? But with us, after you discover, all of the context is readily available, and that's because the power of the platform, right? With our platform, we have already collected this information which is already there. So as soon as the new device is discovered, then we are adding this context. So that's the first key differentiator, right, for us, which is different from other. Now the second part is, once you discover these external unknown devices, then the question that the vulnerability management team or a web app scanning team that they are asking is, dude, how do I get those devices into my VM program? I want to scan them on a regular basis so that I can remediate that risk, right? Now that's where with our Qualys integrated platform, they can select those one-to-many devices and simply say one click and add to VM. Or if the external asset has a port 80 open, then we classify as a web port, and then you can automatically launch the web app scanning. Right now, imagine if you have to accomplish all of this after discovery, you have to spend time in building the context, which is a huge time-consuming, laborious thing. Plus, now you have to bring those devices from a third-party tool into the Qualys, because you have a vulnerability management with Qualys, right? But with our customers, they get everything in a one.
It's a great deal. Now, we're running low on time. I want to talk a little bit about the other product. I know the first one is your baby, right? You kind of inherited the other product, but
the cybersecurity, cybersecurity asset management. So now I'm glad that you brought it up, and this is where sort of ours is a unique differentiation, right? So the cybersecurity asset management, we launched it I think last year, and this product was designed to bring the visibility into the customer's internal known infrastructure. right? And with those known assets that you already know, but there are some risk on those assets. For example, configuration gaps or open ports or expired certificate, right? So that is all about internal known. Second, with the external attack surface management that we just launched, now I am giving them a visibility and a context into the previously unknown external internet facing assets. So now you see internal known, external unknown together, we are giving them a visibility into entire attack surface. That's the beauty, that's the key differentiator. We have had customers who were looking into some siloed tool just for external part, and then building the context, they had to use some other tool. For the internal known, they were using us or some other vendor. And now, with the cybersecurity asset management and the external attack surface management, which is included, customer gets everything in a one place. That's the beauty, right?
Absolutely.
And CSAM has been shipping for, I think, more than a year now. Tremendous success record, and now the external attack surface management is getting a lot of traction. And the key differentiator, like I said, right, is discovery, context. And that context comes from our power of a unified platform. With a
And
one
that
agent,
is,
right?
so that's the thing I want to end on, which is, this is a theme we've heard 2 days, right? The Qualys platform is hyperscale. And with that kind of power, with that kind of, numbers that you can bring to the situation, it allows you to have insights and do things that we only dreamed of, actually, earlier, in the last years in security. Anyway, keep up the great work. We love to hear what more you're doing. And thanks for being our guest on Techstrong TV.
Thank you so much, Alan, for hosting me.
Cool, now our pleasure.
Thank you so
check
much.
out, you know what, before we leave, for people who want to get more information, Qualys.com, but anything within Qualys?
Yeah, so Qualys.com/CSAM is where you can go and register for the free trial for the external attack surface management, and you just put your top level domain name and you see what is out there on the internet, right? It's a free trial for
Can't get any easier than that.
It can't.
All right, we'll be back here in a minute. We're live in Vegas.
Thank you so much.
Do you know what you want?
Can we afford this place?
I'm thinking 1,000-piece Kubernetes, cloud workload protection, and XDR combo.
Yeah, I actually don't see any prices.
Hello, how can I schedule a demo for you today?
So we're on a budget. How much is your 1,000-piece Kubernetes?
What solutions are you currently evaluating?
You don't have to order off that thing.
We don't?
How did you get in here? Check this out.
Uptick secret dollar menu.
Order today and you can secure any combo of cloud and endpoint assets through the end of next year. All for $1.
What if I want to secure 100 Mac laptops and 900 Linux servers?
Yeah, $1. What if I want 500 laptops and 500 Kubernetes nodes? Just $1? Yep, mix and match to create the combo that works for you.
What about customer support?
Yep, everything for just $1. We're gonna order off the Uptick secret dollar menu. And seriously, how did you get in here?
Seriously.
Try the Uptick's combo of CNAP and XDR, delivered in a single UI and data model. Just $1 to secure your cloud, containers, and laptops through the end of next year. Offer ends December 31st.
Hi again, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed today's episode of Techstrong TV. We had some fantastic interviews with amazing experts to give you the most recent news in the tech industry. And alongside episodes of Techstrong Women and the AI Times, we had lots of amazing content today. We'll be back again on Monday, so we hope to see you then. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching, and hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. As always, stay strong. Techstrong.